Okay, welcome everyone. This is called this meeting to order. It's a meeting of calling committee of the whole, or council and committee of the whole, and it's being held on this day, May the 6th, 2024, commencing at 2:21 instead of 2 p.m. as we went a little long in our in-camera session. The first order of business is the reading of the land acknowledgement. And could I turn to Councillor Jeffrey, please?
Absolutely. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community nation to nation.
The content of the council committee of the whole, that the content of the council committee of the whole agenda for May 6, 2024 be adopted as remove deputation for Georgian Bay forever. Second, refined wording for the Councillor Jeffrey's motion in regards to traffic calming. And the third item that's being amended is the updated tax rate bylaw, as there was an update with a decimal point. So could I have a mover? And that's Councillor Baines, and Councillor Doherty is a seconder, and all those in favor. And that's unanimous. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest at this time? If anyone finds themselves in that situation, just please advise the chair at that moment. And we'll move into community announcements. And the first item in community announcements is in regards to the market research survey findings, which is the Shaping Strategic Plan and Downtown Visioning Master Plan. And I believe we have Winsome Stec from Forum Research Inc. that's going to be presenting to us. But I think I'll turn to CAO Skinner first to introduce the topic.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor Fryer. This is, I think, some really interesting work. Not many municipalities our size have actually had a third-party statistically significant survey to truly see what our community thinks about a number of the issues that are on the table. And also, we gave them the opportunity through Forum Research to also talk about issues that are important to them, whether we were aware of them or not. So I read the deck with interest, and I hope you'll find it as interesting as the staff here did. Many thanks go to my executive assistant, Shelby Verkint, who did a lot of the work to make this happen on the Collingwood side. Thank you.
So we will turn to Winsome and welcome you, and you go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and Mayor and Council for having us here today. I'm also joined by my President and CEO, Lauren Bozinoff. He is in the meeting, as well as one of the analysts working on this project, Paolo Lanus. So we have about 10 to 15 minutes, so there's a lot of information to get through. So I'll be going through it relatively quickly, but the full appended report is within the agenda, so feel free to peruse that at your leisure. So we can go on to the next slide, please. So before we dive into the results, let's go over what we actually did and who we actually talked to. So this past late mid-March to early April, we fielded a random digit dial telephone survey. So this is the statistically valid way of collecting data from your residents. And we did that targeting both landlines and cell phones. And what we sought out to achieve was to get 400 survey completes from your residents. Anyone who is 18 years of age or older could have qualified for the survey. During around the same time, we also conducted an online open link survey, and it was just to ensure that every resident who wanted their voice heard had the opportunity to do so. However, given the nature of the self-selected data collection method, it's not statistically valid and results aren't typically reflective of your population. So we won't be focusing on these results today, but again, online results are available within the full report. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's get into the findings. So we'll start with overall satisfaction with the government of the town of Collingwood. So we asked residents to rate their satisfaction on a 4-point scale from very dissatisfied to very satisfied. And what we found is that 3/4 of residents stated that they are net satisfied. So that's the top 275% score that you see on the slide. So they are net satisfied with the government of the town. So specifically over half, 55%, were somewhat satisfied, and 1 in 5 were very satisfied. Next slide, please. We asked residents what the most important issue facing the town was. So this was a free recall type of question, meaning that answer options were not provided. So what we found from their spontaneous offerings, the top listed issues were surrounding affordable housing, followed by homelessness, and to a lesser extent, water, wastewater infrastructure, growth and development, overpopulation, and road repair and maintenance. Those are also issues of note. Next slide, please. But we didn't just want to understand issues, but of course the inverse of that. So what are the qualities or the strengths that the town has that make it livable and vibrant? So similar to the top of mind issue question, answer options were not provided to residents, but they offered up what they offered up in terms of qualities and strengths that the town has are its parks and its green spaces, the small town and community atmosphere, the access to Georgian Bay and waterfront areas, recreational programs and services and facilities, trails, your lovely historic downtown, and the general cleanliness and attractiveness of the town. So asking both what is the most important issue facing the town, but also what makes it livable and vibrant. And we see some complements to each other. Next slide, please. Okay, we also wanted to understand how active your residents are within their community. So we asked them, how often do you do each of the following activities that you see on the screen here? So what we found is that nearly all of your residents have visited the downtown within the past year, specifically 70% saying that they visit frequently. Okay, parks and green spaces, those also have a very high usage, followed by using active transportation, such as walking or biking over a kilometer to get to their destinations. But what's also important to notice on this screen is that 70% within the last year have said they have never taken transit, presumably because they can get to where they need to go by walking, biking, or driving to their destination. Next slide, please. We also wanted to understand from your residents what would be important to ensure that your downtown remains successful and vibrant within the next 1 to 2 decades. So similar to the issues and the livability question, this was also a spontaneous offering of suggestions. And what we found is that of those who provided a response, i.e. not the don't know refusal, so of those who had something to say, had something to suggest, we found that residents suggested events and like immersive activation type of events, more diversity in commercialized space, increasing parking, supporting local businesses, and preserving your heritage buildings. So those were the main things. And all of this makes sense so far, right? We heard earlier that residents often visit the downtown. They think it's a pleasant and beautiful place to visit. So continuing to preserve the downtown, hold events there, encourage diversity in your commercial spaces and supporting small businesses and increasing parking for those who drive downtown to have a place to park when they get there. Those are keys to success for your downtown in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, on to Net Promoter Score analysis. So the Net Promoter Score, or NPS, this assesses the willingness of residents to promote the town of Collingwood. So it's measured by asking residents to rate their likelihood of recommending the town as a place to live to a friend or colleague on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not at all likely and 10 being very likely. So based on the scores that they select, they are then classified as either promoters, which are providing scores of 9 or 10, passives, which are scores of 7 or 8, or detractors, which are scores of 1 to 6 of the town. So the net promoter score is calculated by subtracting the detractors from the promoters, and that gives you a net score for the proportion of residents promoting the town of Collingwood. So in our case, 3, suggesting that residents are more likely to recommend the town as a place to live than they would not. And again, we're aware of top of mind issues I mentioned previously, so finding ways to address those issues, as well as additional items I'll shortly get to, that could also help improve your net promoter score. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of quality of life, we found that 54% rate their overall quality of life in Collingwood as good, while 35% rate it as very good. So that gives us a top 2 netted score of 89%, saying they have a good quality of life in the town. Next slide, please. And thinking about the overall level and quality of services provided by the town, we find that 82% say they are net satisfied, with nearly half specific, or just over half specifically saying they are somewhat satisfied with the overall level and quality of services that you provide. Next slide. So in addition to their overall satisfaction with the services we just saw, we wanted to know their satisfaction levels with individual services. And what we found when we asked them a variety of services to rate their satisfaction on, fire services and public library, they have exceptionally high satisfaction scores, but all services on this slide really have high scores ranging from 81 to 97%, such as parks and green spaces, police services, community events, your museum and heritage district preservation, and your community standard setting and enforcement. Next slide, please. So these are services that could be better. So the ones on this slide have a net satisfaction of scores below 80%, and most notably, residents are least satisfied with how growth and development is managed, with roads and active transportation, and with fiscal management. And perhaps these findings are not too surprising, as we heard earlier that growth and development, population increase, road repairs and maintenance, those were all issues, top of mind issues from your residents. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is our gap analysis slide. So what we did, we conducted gap analysis to assess the difference between how satisfied residents are with each town service that we just saw in the previous slides, and the impact of each service on their overall satisfaction service level. So as a result of the analysis, town services have been distributed amongst these 4 areas in the quadrant chart we see right here. So in the bottom right, we have primary areas for improvement. In the bottom left, we have secondary areas for improvement. Top right is primary areas for maintenance, and secondary areas for maintenance are top left. And what we really want to focus on here are the primary areas for improvement, because these are the services that have the highest impact on overall satisfaction, but with lower individual satisfaction scores. So when we run the analysis, it identifies that these services are the strongest drivers of satisfaction to your town residents. So if the town can increase satisfaction in these areas, it will have the largest impact on overall satisfaction with town services. So when we look at the analysis, what does this tell us? It tells us that the town should focus on your corporate finance and fiscal management, the managing growth and development in general, and roads and active transportation. So these are kind of similar to the noted issues raised by residents, and focusing on increasing satisfaction scores on these guys, and also the top of mind issues that we saw earlier that can also help improve your net promoter score of 3. Next slide, please. We also asked residents if they have personally contacted or dealt with the town, any one of its employees within the past 12 months, and we found that just over half of those that we spoke to have not. But of those who have, we asked them a follow-up question on how satisfied they were overall with the service they received as a result of that interaction. And this is a really good score. We found that 80% were net or top 2 satisfied with the overall service they received. And what's driving that 80% is 54% saying they are very, not somewhat satisfied. So you're doing very well in terms of your customer service provided to residents. Next slide, please. Okay, these final two slides, they assess resident value for tax dollars and balancing taxation with service delivery. So on this slide specifically, we asked residents, how good of a value do you receive for your tax dollars considering all the programs and services that you receive from the town? And what we found is that over 3/4 say they receive an overall good value. That's the net score of good and very good. What's driving that is 52% saying it's just good. Next slide, please. Finally, we wanted to take this tax assessment one step further. So we asked them, of the following three statements, which one comes closest to your view? Would you like to add new programs and services, even if it means taxes or user fees must increase? Would you prefer to maintain existing programs and service levels, even if it means taxes or user fees must increase? Or would you prefer to not increase taxes or user fees, even if that means you could receive a cuts to services and programs? Okay, and what we found is that 62% would either like to add new programs and services, that's 25%, or maintain existing levels at 37%, even if it means taxes or user fees must increase. So that group of people, we wanted to take it a step further and ask them how they would prefer the costs associated with either adding or maintaining. Where would you want that to come from? Do you want it to come from property taxes, or do you want it to come from user fees? And interestingly, we found that the majority of these residents, or 57%, they wanted costs to come from user fees, over 30% who said property taxes. So really your residents, they want to continue to maintain or enhance services, but they want to put the onus of those fees on the people who actually use them. Next slide, please. Okay, so a lot of information in a little bit of time. That concludes our presentation, but happy to open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I will do that. I will open the floor to councillors for any questions. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you very much for the presentation. Through you to the CAO, so this will inform our updated strategic plan. This is not the sum total of our updated strategic plan.
Seoskin.
Yes, through the chair, you are entirely correct. This is one of the inputs to the updated strategic plan, and I neglected to say how easy it was to work with Forum Research earlier when in setting up these questions and helping to figure out how to get information from the community. There is a special council meeting later this week to talk about how this has informed the strategic plan, along with other consultations for the strategic plan itself. And I would be remiss not to also mention the downtown visioning, for which the BIA is also participating, that will follow the strategic plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Through you to Ms. Stec, the overall ratings of general satisfaction with the community, and it was comparative to other municipalities. And it seems as though generally the scoring for other municipalities is quite high. And so we would actually be sort of at a par with, or even slightly under, some of the other municipalities. And I'm scrolling quickly to find. Yeah, satisfaction with services. So we have Ontario Municipality B, population 60,000, with a 90% satisfaction, and a municipality in BC with an 89%, and we're at 82%. So would that be significantly under what we might see as a good score for general satisfaction with services?
Through the chair.
Yep.
So the average benchmark score for the question that you're talking about, overall satisfaction, the mean was 80%, and you're 82%. So you're already scoring above the mean. Of course, there are going to be other municipalities and towns within, Ontario or throughout the provinces that might have, higher scores or lower scores, but you want to be at least around 80%. And you're scoring higher than some, lower than others. But once you get in the mid 80s to 90s, it's really, really difficult to maintain those scores. And given that this is your first time conducting a statistically valid survey, now you have a benchmark. So if we were to do future research as well, like you want to benchmark yourself against yourself first and foremost. And we don't have any historical data yet, but of the towns and cities that across Canada that we thought kind of closely represent your population size and the kind of feel that Collingwood is as a town, we tried to pull out relative comparators, but you still land in the middle for them. So it's, obviously strive for higher ratings, but what you have is not a bad score at all.
Follow up?
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to comment? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Ms. Stec, can you unpack a bit more about transit? Because I noticed that it was in the lower quadrant of the 4 squares, meaning we had some work to do. And yet in satisfaction, it's just under community standards setting and enforcement. So am I to take from that few of our residents are using transit, but those that are satisfied with it? Or can I take that from it?
Through the chair, that's a great question. So within the analysis itself, it excludes people who don't provide an answer option to that question. So if they say don't know or not applicable, they're excluded from analysis, because how can they rate their satisfaction if they don't know, and how they shouldn't be included into this model. So only those who have provided a rating for transit, it's not, maybe they aren't currently active users of transit, but they have to have provided an opinion about your transit system in order to be included into the analysis. And then it's a regression analysis that we run, and it's basically just throwing every single service into the model, and what your outcome variable is your overall satisfaction. So the model tells us which it ranks each individual score against each other. So just looking at the top 2 scores on the slides, it doesn't give you the full story, because you are correct in saying that satisfaction for transit top 2 is 76%, but it's still a secondary area for improvement. So relative to each of the other independent variables or each of the other services relevant to that, and then the model will tell you how much of a driver it is to overall satisfaction. So you could have really high satisfaction scores or really low satisfaction scores, but it doesn't show the full picture until you put it into this statistical model. And then the model tells us what we need to work on based on each individual score and how it relates to the model. I'm not sure if I explained that in the best way possible, but you really want to focus on the primary areas too, and then your secondary areas. Like transit is kind of right in the middle, so it's not as high of an impact on an overall satisfaction. It's almost above the mean in terms of like going into the maintenance categories, but it still lands in the secondary areas for improvement. Did I answer your question at all?
Yes, thank you.
Is anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Just in relation to Councillor Baines' question there, I had it in my head that difference would be those who are using it really like it, but those who want to use it, we're not there yet where it's enough of a system, and that's where we need to improve. So that's kind of where my head went with those numbers. It may not fit into the empirical data or the model, but that's kind of what I felt. It was those who use it really like it, those who want to use it, we haven't got a good enough system.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, I think I'll just close it off with a thank you to Winsome for her presentation. What I note is it's great to get this information presented to us tonight. We do have the special meeting on Thursday. It gives us time to have absorbed it, ask some questions. We'll have some more time to absorb as we get prepared for Thursday, as we're going through the process of coming up with something that we'll be able to put into the public meeting stage at a later date. So again, thank you for the presentation and all the hard work by our staff in putting this together. It was very beneficial. We'll now move on to community announcements around the table. So I would turn to Councillor Jeffrey first.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to start with inviting everybody to be a Mick Hero on May 8th. This week, and by stopping by our local McDonald's restaurant or any restaurant within your reach while you're out and about on Wednesday, just by ordering your faves, and it can be in the restaurant, the drive-through, or through the McDonald's app. And also, if you can't make it to the restaurant, their orders for McDelivery via Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or DoorDash, you can receive your order for zero delivery if you order over $20. So there's all kinds of ways to support McHappy Day on Wednesday, together with just an outright donation that, to Ronald McDonald Charities Online will work as well. So that's it. And I think Council's already wished best to the Collingwood Blues, but just also wanted to wish them well. I know there was a meet and greet on the weekend, and the banners were signed, and they've going to Oakville. So all the best to the boys on their search or quest for the Centennial Cup. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of reminders for the public of some good opportunities to provide some input on some specific matters. The first is our affordable housing master plan. Will be soliciting for your comments and your feedback with regard to proposed zoning bylaw amendments having to do with reduction in parking and other details. And that would be on Monday, May 13th, between 6 and 8 p.m. at on the third floor of the library. So that's this coming Monday. And then we are in process of developing a tourism master plan. And again, we are asking for feedback from the public. Be very much appreciated. This is an online survey that you can access through the Engage page on the town website, and that closes on May 19th. So if you are able to get your comments in now, even better. And then I will just advise council that I was in attendance at the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities Conference last week, and it was a almost sold out event. We heard from all four of our political parties at Queen's Park. And the senior policy advisors from AMO on a couple of matters. And I can certainly tell you that continued very high interest in affordable housing and the infrastructure, and more specifically, the infrastructure gap that most municipalities in Ontario are facing right now. I can certainly provide council with more detail during other business if time permits. But I also, just to staff, I'll just say, picked up all kinds of great pointers for our anticipated hosting for 2025. And I can also tell you there seems to be a very high level of interest to come to Collingwood next year for the OSM conference. And I have been asked to make sure that the golf course will be open. Thank you.
be careful about making promises, and but it was very well attended. I enjoyed the day I was there and such. So, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I have a note here in regarding the 2024 Collingwood Thunder Snow Classic from the Collingwood Girls Lightning Hockey Association. I have a short thank you to read, followed by a quick video that they have sent in, and I'll just let it know that in our consent agenda, there's also a slide deck for the public to view, where they can see the slide deck in fulsome. So, anyways, this is from the Collingwood Girls. On behalf of the Collingwood Girls Hockey Association, we want to extend our gratitude to the town of Collingwood for supporting the inaugural Collingwood Thunder Snow Classic. We would not have been able to put on such a great event without the generous and kind contribution toward ice time and the support of council and the town staff. The tournament provided a fantastic opportunity for young athletes to showcase their skills, deepen friendships, and foster their love of the game. We appreciate the ongoing partnership between our organization and the town. Your commitment to your supporting local sports is commendable. It makes a significant impact on our community, particularly our youth. Once again, thank you for your generosity and dedication to our association. We look forward to continuing to make a positive difference in the lives of our youth in Collingwood. And there will be a video here to follow.
Very good. Thank you for that. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Fryer. It's going to be tough to follow making an announcement after that, but well worth it. Congratulate the girls again, the Collingwood Lightning, for a successful first annual, and I'm sure it's only going to get bigger every year after. I know we've talked about it at the start of the meeting, but I just want to make sure that I know everybody on Thursday is going to be driving around Oakville, so just wanted to let you know that at 4 o'clock you can stop in at the 16-mile sports complex where the Collingwood Blues will play their first game against the Calgary Canucks. So good luck to them, and bigger and better things to win the Canadian Championship for the town of Collingwood. Thank you.
Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Following up on Councillor Jeffrey's point about May the 8th and enjoying a delicious meal at McDonald's and supporting McDonald's and its charities, particularly Ronald McDonald House, I think, is it not? They can then make their way, after being fully satiated with food, to the Central Park Arena to enjoy our climate quest put on by Science North from Sudbury, and there'll be officials there to explain it all. This is the opening day of it, runs till May the 29th at the Central Park Arena, experts there to walk you through it, and it's a wonderful event hosted by our own Collingwood Museum. So get out there and see that after having a McHappy meal. And just a word of thanks to the Collingwood Council and to all the supporters and purchasers, if you will, who came out to the, I believe it's the 21st annual Mother of All Yard sales. I'm happy to report that not only are sales up, I won't tell you how much, that will come from our president in due time, no doubt, as a thank you to council, but also our waste is down. So all in all, it was an excellent event, and thanks go to the Kinsmen, members of the Collingwood Blues and CCI as well, for coming to help us clean up. We started at 6 in the morning, some of us did, and we finished at 6 at night and left the curling club as we found it. A successful event for all. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I'll try to fit satiated into my thing, but I probably won't. Anyway, on behalf of the library, I'd like to Invite students to every night this week. The library is offering a craft and cafe coffee house for youth. Visit the Youth Services Department on the second floor between 3 and 5 p.m. for snacks, hot drinks, while flexing your creative muscles and making something great. Also, the library's big book sale is coming up this weekend. You can find your next great read at a bargain price, but please come early to get the best selection. The sale takes place during regular operating hours this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And finally, the annual Magic of Children in the Arts exhibition is on display in the library until June 14th. There are over 1,900 pieces in the art show this year, created by local children of all ages. We encourage everyone to come and visit the library and see this magnificent exhibition. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start off. Did you have one that you missed over? Go ahead.
I did, and I do apologize, Deputy Mayor. I was so remiss in not mentioning that you also were in attendance at the OSAM conference, as was our housing coordinator, D'Souza. And so it was very nice to be accompanied by such terrific representation from our municipality. Thank you.
Okay. At the start, it was remiss of me. I should have noted regrets from Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Houston as they had unexpected conflict come up today. I wanted to start off with May 5th to 11th is Emergency Preparedness Week. Emergencies can happen any time of the year. Be prepared and plan for every season. So seasonal readiness is one of the things that they talk about, with emergency kit items. And along with your year-round essentials, stock your emergency kit with seasonal items like sunscreen, bug spray, extra hats, and gloves. For a list of kit essentials, visit ontario.ca/be prepared. Under household preparedness, every household is different. Your emergency plan should consider everyone's needs and divide up responsibilities to help keep your household safe during an emergency. And more on that is available at ontario.ca/safety for all. You need to stay informed. Share your emergency communications plans with your friends, family, neighbors, and coworkers to keep each other informed during an emergency. Under seasonal readiness, you need to have an emergency plan. Make emergency preparedness part of everyday life. Talk to your household often about how the weather, seasonal changes, or upcoming events might impact your emergency plans. Pet preparedness. Comfort items, emergency kits should include comfort items as well. From a favorite snack to a small family heirloom or your pet's most treasured toy. Include items that will keep everyone in your household calm and comfortable during an emergency. There are many resources available to help you and your family be prepared and stay safe during emergencies. Learn more at ontario.ca/page/emergency-preparedness-week. I'll also add to that I had the opportunity on Saturday to attend the Simcoe County emergency preparedness exercise that they ran down in Wasaga, and it was very well done, and my compliments to Wasaga for hosting that. I also want to express our congratulations to Clearview Council. There was an opportunity on Saturday at their official opening of their new council chambers, or updated council chambers, and both Mayor Hamlin and myself were able to attend that. Another item I wanted to comment on was back on April the 9th, I was proud to attend on behalf of council the Vimy Ridge recognition ceremony held at Base Borden. The ceremony honors those that have served by gathering each year at the trench warfare training location that many utilized in preparation for their ultimate sacrifice. It was also an honor to have an opportunity to speak with Major General Richard Romer, who was able to attend. I was very pleased to see the Major General, that he has recovered so well from his ill health that we all were aware of at the beginning of the year. He looked as good as he did when he met with me last year, right underneath the Collingwood portrait, and that he and his wife have donated to Collingwood. He conversed with me some more about it that day, as you would expect. And just also would note that originally County Council meeting had conflicted with the 7 and 9:30 ceremony timeframe, and Councillor Jeffrey was going to attend on our behalf. We decided to switch after our meeting that night stretched out so long, and that all worked out fine though. So I just wanted to note that. And then finally, over the 10 days after I returned on the Tuesday, I've participated in over a dozen community and area events. So I'm not going to try to provide detail on them all here, but one that I wanted to provide council's, that I was able to provide council's appreciation about was to MPP Saunderson for the $90,000 of operational cost funding that Living Better with Parkinson's has received from the province. And that's going to help them firmly establish themselves in the South Georgian Bay region. I also enjoyed meeting and chatting with Minister Calandra at the Skyline groundbreaking last Friday before having to get over to the Sunset Manor. And I'm going to comment on that event a little later in the county update. So that's it for community announcements. And on the agenda then, we are moving to the public meeting portion. So I'm going to read out the public meeting introduction and then turn it over to Treasurer Quinlan. Welcome to the Town of Collingwood Statutory Public Meeting. As required under the Development Charges Act, with respect to the proposed development charges rates related to the town-wide services, as well as the policies that will be applied throughout the town. Members of the public are invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the proposed development charges once Hemson Consulting has completed their presentation. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public discussion will be allowed. Before closing, I will ask 3 times for further comments. I will then ask council members if they have any final questions for staff. Under the Development Charges Act, any person or organization may appeal a development charge bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing with the clerk on or before the last day for appealing the bylaw a notice of appeal setting out the objection to the bylaw and the reasons supporting the objection. The earliest date that the bylaw specific to the townwide development charge rates is anticipated to come forward is June 17th, 2024. It is very important that the town receive the correct names and addresses, including postal code of individuals having an interest in the matter before being discussed. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you wish to be notified of any future council meetings concerning the matter being considered, you must complete one of the interested party forms located at the podium. The public hearing is being recorded along with your name, address, comments, and any other personal information in accordance to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The minutes will be available to the general public, including the town's website. I will now ask the clerk to confirm that notification to the public has been given as required by the Development Charges Act.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I can confirm that the appropriate notice has been provided in accordance with the legislation.
Thank you. And I believe Treasurer Quinlan, you'd like to open it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Yes, I would. We do have Jackie Hall from Hemson Consulting, who will conduct the public meeting with questions to follow. Thank you.
Great. Okay, fabulous. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back before council again, speaking about a very important topic, development charges. So if we go to the next slide, as the chair mentioned, the primary intent of today's meeting is to allow comments on the proposed background study and the draft bylaws. However, before we open up the floor to public comments, I will be giving a brief presentation just to overview the background and the study process that has been completed to date. Bill 185 was released on April 10th. It has not yet received royal assent, but it does have potential to impact some of the analysis that we've brought forward as part of this work. So I will be reviewing those changes or potential changes. We'll talk a little bit about the inputs to the DC rate calculations, including the development forecast, the capital program, as well as the proposed rates. And then also touch on the policy items that we've outlined in the draft bylaw. And then finally, we'll conclude with a summary of the timelines. Next slide. So just with respect to the requirements under the legislation, the DC background study was made publicly available on April 15th, and the draft bylaw was made available 2 weeks in advance of the meeting today. So that was done on April 22nd. Next slide. As a reminder to those who have heard this presentation before and those who are listening for the first time, just a little bit of information as to what development charges are. They are a charge that is imposed to pay for growth-related capital costs. We can't use this to pay for things such as operating costs, salaries, or wages. It has to be related to capital infrastructure, specifically new infrastructure and facilities that maintain the town's existing service levels. The underlying principles of development charges is that growth pays for growth. However, we do recognize that there are a host of required adjustments and discounts that the legislation requires. So in fact, not all growth pays for growth. So if we go to the next slide, I'll talk about the proposed changes that have been identified through Bill 185, which is referred to as the Cutting More Tape to Build More Homes Act. As I mentioned, the first reading occurred on April 10th, and it proposes a number of changes to the Development Charges Act, which are quite favorable for municipalities. One being that the statutory 5-year phase-in is proposed to be removed. This is largely in response to pushback that was received not only by municipalities, but it was also challenging for the development industry as well, because infrastructure was not being able to be constructed in a timely manner. There was also challenges with repayments for front-end financing of infrastructure works. And so certainly we view that as a positive change. The other change is reintroducing studies as a DC eligible cost. We have included that for the purposes of this background study and have calculated development charge rates with the thought that the bill will receive royal assent in advance of the town passing its new bylaw. Development charges are also frozen or determined at site plan application or rezoning application. Applicants then have 2 years to have their applications deemed approved. And so the province has introduced the use it or lose it mentality that they really want to tighten up that time frame. So that's being reduced from 2 years to 18 months. Also, there's been updated notice requirements. Right now, we are required to put notice in newspapers, recognizing a lot of municipalities no longer have physical newspapers. The province has acknowledged that, and digital options for advertising is now being accepted. Another change that was introduced, and I apologize it's not on this slide, but the legislation will allow municipalities to extend the life of their DC bylaws from 5 to 10 years. So that's an opportunity for municipalities to perhaps defer the reintroduction or the repeal and replacement of their existing bylaws. On the affordable and attainable housing front, while nothing was introduced through Bill 185, there was a housing bulletin that was released last week with respect to the thresholds for affordable and rental housing rates. The town of Collingwood is set at $355,000 for any housing type. That is the affordable housing threshold that's been put forth by the province. Rental affordables, those were identified at about $1,000 for a bachelor apartment, $1,200 for 1 bedroom, $1,400 for a 2-bedroom, and $1,700 for a 3-bedroom. Certainly, I think on the affordable home purchase price, I would anticipate that there would be very few homes that would qualify under that amount. So in our opinion, recognizing we've only had a few days with this data and we've been digesting it, we really do feel like this program is geared towards the rental housing component. And so developments that would fall within these thresholds, they would receive an exemption from development charges. Now, once again, this would be once the bulletin is in place. They've simply released it. It's not yet in place at this point in time. They are looking for feedback. So certainly our firm will be providing some input to the province based on the analysis that we'll undertake. Next slide. For those of you that have heard my presentations in the past or seen them, this schematic will be very familiar to you. It simply sets out all the requirements of the development charges legislation. So we start with the development forecast. We then identify our growth-related capital needs. We have to calculate the 15-year historical service levels in a municipality. And then with respect to their capital infrastructure, the legislation requires us to make a whole host of adjustments, including grants, anticipated contributions, benefit to existing, any sort of available reserves, and also any sort of post-period benefit. That cost then gets allocated between the residential and non-residential sectors. Residential rates are set at a per unit basis, and non-residential charges are set at a per square meter of gross floor area. Next slide. So just very quickly on the development forecast, which is one of the critical inputs to the DC rate calculation, we have certainly relied upon the most readily available census data, information from Simcoe County's recent municipal comprehensive review, and also the town's new official plan, which goes out to a 2051 planning horizon. For the purposes of this background study, we are looking at a 10-year planning horizon for general services, so 2024 to 2033, and for engineered services, a 2041 planning horizon. Certainly, the town will continue to plan for growth to 2051, even though we are looking at 2041 for the purposes of engineering infrastructure. It's just that we haven't identified the capital needs beyond that planning horizon at this time. So certainly as a part of future DC study updates, that will be brought into the fold. Next slide. There's a lot of information on this slide, but it effectively summarizes all of the capital programs in the development charges background study. And so what you'll see is we've put the services into two different categories: general services having the 10-year planning horizon, engineered services having the longer term planning horizon out to 2041. The net costs reflect the municipalities or the town's costs of the project and excludes any sort of grants or contributions from other jurisdictions, whether it be upper levels of government or other municipalities. And so what you can see is that the net costs are effectively reduced by the ineligible shares of projects. So that those are shares of projects that have to be funded from non-development charge sources. Any sort of available DC reserves, we net that off at the calculation. Projects that will provide a benefit beyond the planning horizon, we also have to make an adjustment for that. And then on the far right-hand column is what actually gets brought forward as part of our rate calculation. For transparency, we have also included the costs related to the water treatment plant in this analysis, and for the purposes of presenting the rates today, that was brought forward as part of a separate background study and bylaw, which was approved by council last month. So what's an important component of this slide is at the very bottom of the table, you'll see that the total net cost to the municipality over the identified planning horizons is just shy of 770 million. And what we're proposing to include in the development charge rate calculation is about 360 million, or just shy of 50%. Next slide. This slide here provides a summary of the fully calculated residential development charges and then a breakdown by service. The difference you see between the DC rate per urban unit and per rural unit is that developments in the rural area are not connected to the water wastewater system, and so they do not pay the water wastewater rate. Should they connect in the future, they would pay a capital connection fee, which would be set equivalent to the development charge rate. So therefore, the municipality wouldn't lose any sort of revenue should those developments connect in the future. What we've calculated is for a single and semi-detached unit is $76,793. That rate then varies by unit type, reflecting the different occupancies of the various units. So single and semi-detached units tend to have higher occupancies than, say, one-bedroom apartment or a bachelor. And so we calculated the rates for those units at $28,563. And the difference between the urban and rural, as I mentioned, is just the water and wastewater rates. Not dissimilar to what we see in other municipalities, the majority of the development charge rates are related to engineered services. So that includes roads, water, wastewater. Those tend to be more costly pieces of infrastructure. For roads and related, we are capped at the 15-year historic service level, but we very rarely exceed that, recognizing we have such a large base to draw upon. And so certainly this breakdown is not dissimilar to what we see in other jurisdictions. Next slide. For the fully calculated non-residential development charges, for the rural area, it's calculated at $84.20 a square meter. For the urban area, that's $301.32 per square meter. And the difference between the residential and the non-residential rates is that services such as library, parks, and recreation are not attributed to the non-residential sector. That is because residential development primarily drives those services, and therefore you'll notice that they aren't included in this pie chart. So once again, we see the engineered services do make up the bulk of the rate that we've brought forward. Next slide. So since Bill 185 has not yet received royal assent, I did still want to include the current required phase-in of the development charge rates under the legislation as it stands today. And so the legislation requires us to phase in the development charge rates in year one. We can only implement 80% of the fully calculated rate. Every year after that, it increases by 5%. So what would that look like if we were to introduce the new bylaw? Is that in year one, it would result in an increase of the calculated rate would increase to $61,434 for a single detached unit, up to year 5 to the fully calculated rate. For the non-residential side, the current rate is $196.39 a square meter. That would increase to $241 in year 1. A few reasons for the rate changes is that we have done a fairly comprehensive update of the capital program costs. Costs have also been increasing quite exponentially in recent years, even outpacing the DC index that we are able to apply to the rates. We've also changed the development forecast to align with recent work. And we've also removed and added development charge eligible services based on what the town's capital infrastructure needs are going forward. Next slide. So recognizing if Bill 185 does receive royal assent, I did want to provide a comparison of the current versus calculated rates. So we are looking at a 79% increase overall. So the current rate for a single detached unit is $42,855, and that would increase to the $76,793. Now, this does include the water treatment plant rate that has already been enacted through the other development charge bylaw that was approved by council back in April. And so a fair amount of this rate has already been set in stone and is fixed. But we thought it was important to show for transparency, this is what you would be paying at the counter once this new bylaw comes into force. Should also Bill 185 receive royal assent and no phase-in is brought forward. So once again, the overall driver of the rate change is really the engineered services. Certainly, we are seeing increases in outdoor recreation and indoor recreation as well. We are seeing that in a lot of other municipalities. Parks and Rec infrastructure is increasing quite exponentially as well. Next slide. Similar to the residential, I did want to provide a comparison of the non-residential increase, once again, if no phase-in was introduced. So the current rate is $196.39. That would increase to $301.32, about an increase of 53%, and that's largely driven by the engineered services. If we go to the next slide. Now, I believe I have cautioned when I've presented these rate comparisons before, is that it's very, very challenging to do an apples to apples comparison between jurisdictions. There's different types of services that are levied. Certainly, even the geographies of municipalities can make infrastructure more or less expensive. It's hard to capture that in a simple bar chart, but nonetheless, we always get asked to say, well, how do we compare to our neighbors? So what we've done is the purple arrow shows the town's current rate, and these are your urban area charges. So this includes both water and wastewater. The green arrow would be the year 1 rate, assuming Bill 185 does not receive a royal assent, and we can only introduce 80% of the fully calculated rate. And then the yellow arrow would be the 100% fully calculated rate. So certainly we would still see Collingwood within the middle of the pack of many of the Simcoe municipalities and some of the Grey County municipalities that we've included for the purposes of the comparison. But the rates would increase, layering in the upper tier, the county's rate, as well as education development charges. It would increase from $61,651 per single detached unit up to $95,589. Next slide. Similar on the non-residential side as well, purple arrow being the town's current rate, layering in the county's charge, it sits at $254 a square foot. When the fully calculated rate would be implemented, that would be $360 a square foot or a square meter. Sorry, apologies, I said square foot, that was square meter. Next slide. So just moving forward quickly to the DC policy items. So the draft bylaw that has been made publicly available has been updated to reflect minor changes to definitions and policies to clean up the bylaw from where it was in 2019 when we last did the exercise. Certainly the era that we've entered into with legislation here in Ontario, specifically as it relates to development charges, we've been seeing a lot of changes. And so the approach that we've taken with the bylaw is that any statutory exemptions or discounts have been taken out of the bylaw. They'll be made available through the pamphlet, but we'll simply reference that exemptions and discounts will be made in accordance with the legislation. That will protect the town so that should any future changes happen with the legislation during the life of this bylaw, as whatever is in the Development Charges Act will supersede your bylaw. We've also updated the rules for timing and determining DCs in accordance with the legislation as well. Next slide. And then finally, as the chair mentioned in his opening remarks, we've been at this process for some time and we are anticipating that the new bylaw will be passed on June 17th. And certainly consideration will be given to any sort of comments or questions we receive as part of this public meeting and leading up to the passage of the bylaw. At this time, we've had some general questions just about clarification of items, and we've certainly responded to any of those. But should any other comments or questions come forward, we will be happy to review and respond accordingly. And if we go to the next slide, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I believe the next order would be to request if there's anyone in the gallery who would like to speak. And there is no one indicating. So I'll turn to the clerk to see if there's anyone online.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. We do have a few participants attending remotely this afternoon. If you would like to comment on this public meeting, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And not at this time.
So I think I'll stay with that and call for a second time with the online.
Again, if there's any further interest from the participants joining us on their Zoom call today that would like to address the development charge townwide study public hearing, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Not at this time.
And before we call third, I'll ask in the gallery if there's anyone who would like to come forward. And there is not. So that's the second call there. And we'll do a final call for the online.
Thank you. This is the third and final call for any public comments regarding this public hearing here today. And none at this time.
Thank you. And I will make a third and final call as well to the gallery if there's anyone who would like to speak. And there's not. So we will close off the public participation portion and turn to the council members to see if anyone would like to ask any questions. And Councillor Jeffrey?
Not really a question, but a comment. I'm imagining that the lack of input here today is as a result that everyone's already experienced sticker shock in other municipalities. So this isn't coming as a surprise to anybody. That's the only thing I can suggest, but I see the treasurer has her hand up.
And I just add, I think it has been very well advertised as well, but we'll go to Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. And yes, Councillor Jeffrey, I think we are sort of in a long lineup of development charges being updated, but we did also have quite a robust discussion with our developers in the area, starting out with the water treatment plant, of course, and trailing on to this particular town-wide survey or development charge background study. So I think they're well aware. I'm sure it's not something they're unused to now.
Thank you.
Follow up? No.
That's great.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think through you to the treasurer, or perhaps, is it Ms. Thompson?
Ms. Hall.
Ms. Hall, I beg your pardon. And I know the answer to this before asking it, but I had an individual who hopes to become a developer, I think, ask the DC calculation in regard to the water treatment plant is only the 37% of Collingwood's share of this and not the whole 100%. So they're not paying for New Tecumseh's 63%. Yeah, thank you very much. I knew the answer, but I thought I'd just get it confirmed.
Absolutely. Yes.
So that's being confirmed. Is anyone else wishing to speak to the presentation? I don't see anything. The comments I'll make, thank you very much for the presentation and the information. I think it's been very well presented as well, and that's part of the reason why it's very well known as to everything. Without question, I still can't shake the feeling that there's so many moving pieces as we're moving ahead with this. But I think we have to do the best we can with what we have, and I know we're aware of the possible changes that might come in. There's also the possibility that there might be some funding come in. But at this stage, we need to move forward with where we're at with the knowns that we have. And I know that in our communications throughout the two processes, we've indicated that we're willing to address any of those changes that are significant at the appropriate time. And it's a little unusual because typically you get through the process and you know that you're fairly established for those 5 years, but we know that there's those moving pieces. So I again thank you for the presentation. If there isn't anyone else who wants to add anything, then we will close off that item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to council minutes. And the recommendation for 7.1.1 is that the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held April 22nd, 2024, excluding Committee of the Whole recommendations, be approved as presented. And can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Perry is the mover. Councillor Doherty is the seconder. Does anyone have any comments on the minutes? There being none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. The next item is 7.1.2 is business arising from the minutes. And does anyone have anything? I don't see anyone, but I do. So I am going to turn the chair to over to Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead with your item, please.
Thank you. And after returning, I reviewed the April 22nd meeting video discussions and later the minutes. In that regard, I always recognize that even though there are some concerns I may have with decisions or statements made, I should try to avoid making unnecessary reconsideration requests. I was away due to a well in advance scheduled conflict, and council proceeded with their business during that time. But in regards to item 13.5, which is resolution 187-2024 that was passed, and that's Mayor Hamlin's official roles of mayor and deputy mayor and community engagement opportunities. I find there is an unavoidable situation, thereby requiring me to respectfully request a reconsideration vote at this time. And so I'm moving that.
Okay. All right. Is there a seconder for the reconsideration? Okay.
Thank you.
I can second that as chair. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So
with your, if you could put your motion as to what you wish to change so that we can discuss it in the context of that first, and then.
So I am going to ask for another vote on it. and not looking to amend. But I do have my opening statement.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
I'll, so we'll, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we can have the motion displayed for reference.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I need to vote on the reconsideration before we go ahead with anything else anyway. So
I do.
I don't think there's any discussion on reconsideration. We vote first on reconsideration and then you would make a statement in the next part.
If I may, procedurally, I'm allowed to make a short, succinct statement as to the reasons why.
I would simply, I believe, okay, go ahead.
No, these were going to be the reasons, and hopeful that.
Okay, go ahead.
So in regards to the allowed statement of reason, in order to meet the report or the required short and succinct parameter, as well, hopefully move the matter along as positively as possible, I will simply say that the motion is about the deputy mayor position, and I would like to be even just a small part of that discussion and decision. In spite of some of the public comments made warranting some stronger response, I will also simply say that it has been implied, not written, that opportunities have not been provided for all members of council to participate in community engagements. Some may feel that isn't implied, but based on recent public comments I'm aware of, regrettably, that perception is out in the public realm. Therefore, I am compelled to exercise my procedural right to try to address at least some of that. For those that do believe it is the case, I can emphatically say that I am not aware of any instance, and that there hasn't been discussion with any with any of my fellow councillors about this. I can think of examples of the opposite, in fact, but won't elaborate, as again, only to try to move this positively along. I will close off with that, and await the outcome of my colleagues' decisions of the reconsideration request. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. All right, so then I will call the vote on the reconsideration, which will require 5 of the 7 in attendance for the 2/3 to qualify. So all those in favor of reconsidering? I count 5. Those opposed? 1. So I must have counted wrong. But there were 6 in favor. I must have missed.
Oh,
yeah, sorry. I counted this way. All right, so that is the reconsideration is carried. So proceed with your request, and then I'm assuming you're going to speak first.
I was going to speak last.
Last? Okay. All right. So do we, Clerk Almas, do we need the motion reread that was voted on, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Unfortunately, my Word is not working right now, so I can't display it on the screen, but I can definitely read out the motion that was presented and carried at the last meeting. And it was that council requests staff to research and report back to council on opportunities that would provide all members of council with involvement in community engagements where the mayor is absent or needs assistance, including identifying any conflicts with existing policies.
Okay, thank you. So then to proceed, we have that on the floor now. Do we need another mover and seconder for that specifically, or the reconsideration takes care of that? Yeah, okay. So I assume Deputy Mayor that you're moving. All right. I can't move as chair. Is there a mover of what was just read? Yeah, we've all voted to reconsider. It would be silly not to have a motion to put that on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Doherty, and seconder, Councillor Ring. All right. And you're going to speak last, Deputy Mayor? All right. So you've heard the Deputy Mayor's explanation. Are there any speakers? So I'll Councillor Ring and then Councillor Potts, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor, excuse me, Jeffrey. when the motion was made, I didn't have a problem supporting it at that time. It doesn't mean that the final outcome would be something I supported. I was just supporting that it was put on to staff to investigate and see if there was more input on whether things outside of the between the mayor and the deputy mayor or anybody on council who could attend and represent the town at certain functions. So for that reason, I supported it at the time.
Councillor Potts.
Yes, through you. When this came out, I mean, I supported going back to staff. I'm quite interested to hear the comments from the deputy mayor to see where kind of your thoughts on this. But I mean, I look at this as an opportunity for everyone to kind of engage, and I'm just happy to hear what maybe you have to say today. But again, when this came out, I looked at this as an opportunity to get the feedback from staff.
I think I see Councillor Bain's card, but I think in terms of in context, I might go back to you, Deputy Mayor, and ask if you would be interested in speaking now instead of last, because I think it will help. It sounds like the others might have more questions of you if you spoke first. And Councillor Baines, would you rather ask yours before or after? I think after it would make it better for us.
I will agree with you. Thank you. Chair. I can see your point, and I do appreciate council's support on the reconsideration vote and allowing us to speak about it, because and I do have some prepared comments, but I think I'm going to just wing it a little, and it doesn't have to be extensive. If I'd been here last meeting, I would have explained that I don't have any problem with distributing it out. I mentioned earlier that I attended 13 things in 10 days. And what I've noticed is, and I talked about this with MP Dowdall, MPP Saunderson, Wharton Clark, there's a major uptick in interest for council engagement. And it needs our combined team effort to meet that. What I was really trying to say is we don't need, I don't think, to ask staff to come back to us with some suggestions about how to tweak the procedural bylaw just on this particular item, because I do believe, and I'll talk to this a little bit in the county portion, and then later in our committee of the whole when we're talking about the governance review that Heritage Committee is doing. I do believe we will need as a council to look at the positions and Councillor Jeffrey, those are some of your comments that day. So this was simply to say, I really don't think we need to direct staff to spend time on this. We can certainly work, we'll work it out between the mayor and myself as to how it would go, but I would see it moving through regularly. And we just want to, my effort's always been, because it's in following the procedural bylaw, it says that if the mayor cannot attend, then staff would contact the deputy mayor. And I'm just saying, I'm not expecting that I can do it all. And we've seen a real uptake, and it's great. People have come out of the COVID bubble and started to get more and more comfortable with having their events. And it's great to see the interest. The community's grown as well. And so we will be distributing because it's the only way that we're going to be able to meet it all. And I just don't think that we need to ask staff to have to report back to us. So those are my comments.
All right, that's great. Thank you for those. And now I'll go to Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Vice Chair Jeffrey. To the Deputy Mayor, that's a wonderful explanation. And I would agree under these circumstances. I don't want to burden staff with a relatively low-hanging fruit item like this. But if in the fullness of time, i.e. 6 months or so, we are not coming up with an appropriate response to this amongst ourselves as council members, then perhaps we can revisit it at that time. But I'd rather do the simplest thing first and see where it goes. And if it's not working well in 6 months, then let's revisit it. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, respond. Sure.
I do believe within that kind of time frame, we're going to be talking about the positions, and if we need to tweak, those types of tweaks will be made, right? Because we could see some significant change out of the county level. The push by the province, what's that going to do? We're gonna need to be and the time frame is such that you don't do it in 2026. You do it in 2025 because our staff are going to have to adapt to whatever we do as we move into the election period.
Is there anyone else other than that hasn't spoken yet so far that would like to speak? If not, I'll go to Councillor Ring. Okay, Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jeffrey. The only reason I wanted to go to staff to come back with a recommendation, I'm not sure whether it was showed on the meeting. My intention was there are things that procedurally that the deputy mayor automatically does on behalf of the town, on behalf of the mayor if they're absent. I think this was more for just other things like attending somebody's birthday or cutting a ribbon or whatever. And I think that's what she was looking for, to get procedurally what's permitted, because I think the misconception out there is that yes, the deputy mayor should be at all official functions or anything to do with the running everyday business of the town council. But I'm thinking of more like little things, not necessarily would always have to be that the mayor was hoping that she could ask somebody else to represent the town, not her, at these other events. And that's why I wanted to see what staff came back with the procedural bylaw, see whether there was any differentiate that I wasn't aware of. That's all.
Any response?
I think it's been in what I've been saying, which is procedurally it would move to the deputy mayor, or somebody might request the deputy mayor. But what I'm saying is I don't believe I'm going to be able to meet all those anyway. So we have to have the way to make sure that flows fine without getting into conflicts with our staff, because they're trying to figure out who's next and things like that. So it's something that the mayor and I would have to talk about on how it flows. But the idea would be to try to get it spread out. Okay.
So in summary, we've heard a commitment from the deputy mayor to ensure he'll work with the mayor to spread things out. Is that your intent? Yeah. And so I already made my statements previously on the original, and I did vote against it in the first case, and will continue to vote against it in this case. I think the mayor's done a great job on being inclusive of us, and I think the deputy mayor would follow by that leadership by including us on radio spots so we can be there jointly and those kinds of opportunities. I see that happening. So I agree with Councillor Baines and not burdening staff with this at this time. All right. So with that, there's no other comments. Then I will call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as read. If we need the clerk to reread it, I will ask her to do so. Yep. Please, Madam Clerk, if you could reread.
Wow. We were able to close down and restart during that conversation. So this is the motion as originally approved by council last council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So it's all before you. You've had time to reread it. With that, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. And all those opposed. And that is defeated. Okay. I will return the gavel to you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Moving on, then we will be moving into staff reports. I take it we're aiming for 4:30 as our break. So that should give us lots of time for. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be moving into staff reports in 8.1, which is P 2024-11, which is proposed provincial. Oh, the approval of the committee. Thank you. Trying to get you out of here early. So 7.2 is approval of committee of the whole recommendations. And 7.2.1, committee of the whole, April 22nd, 2024. Recommendation that the committee of the whole recommendations from its meeting held April 22nd, 2024, contained within the April 22nd, 2024 council minutes be hereby approved as presented. T 2024-07, which is the 2023 year-end draft financial report. T 2024-08, which is the 2023 debt report. T 2024-10, 2023 statement of development charge and cash in lieu of parkland reserve funds, and report minutes and of other committees and boards. And do I have a mover of that? Councillor Doherty, and seconder is Councillor Jeffrey. And any discussion of any of the items? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Now to staff reports. Number 8.1, P 2024-11, proposed provincial legislative and regulatory changes, Bill 185, cutting red tape to Build More Homes Act Environmental Registry of Ontario, ERO. And that's ERO 0119-8366 and 019-8369 and 019-8370 and 019-8371. The recommendation is that staff report P 2024-11, proposed provincial legislative and regulatory changes, Bill 185, cutting red tape to Build More Homes Act, dated May 6, 2024, be received, and that Collingwood Council directs staff to submit staff report P 2024-11 as the Town of Collingwood's formal comment to the Government of Ontario by May the 10th, 2024, in response to the ERO postings noted in this report, which describe in part proposed legislative and regulatory amendments under Bill 185 Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act. And I believe we are going to have presentation by Senior Planner Wukash, and without any opening comments, and we'll just move right into yourself, sir. Go right ahead. Oh, are you sure? Go ahead. Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. As members of council are aware, on April 10th, the Ontario government introduced new legislation in an effort to cut red tape, speed up government processes, and meet the province's goal of building 1.5 million homes by 2031. Bill 185, the Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act, proposes a number of changes to 15 statutes, including key land use planning legislation. At the same time as its release of Bill 185, the province also provided an updated draft of the proposed provincial planning statement, which was initially introduced in April of 2023 by Bill 97, the Helping Homebuyers Protecting Tenants Act. Some of the proposed amendments associated with Bill 185, as well as the updated draft of the provincial planning statement, are open for consultation on the Environmental Registry of Ontario under a compressed timeline of 30 days. As the deadline for comments is May 10th, both of these reports are being brought directly to Council for consideration and direction this afternoon. I would note that both Director Valentine and Senior Planner Wukash worked tirelessly to review and digest all of the proposed amendments in order to prepare these reports in very short order, and they are commended for their efforts. And with that, I will turn it over to Senior Planner Wukash to provide an overview of the two reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Ayers and Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Good to see you all. This is the first of two planning reports being brought to Council for consideration and direction in response to proposed Bill 185, entitled Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act, which was announced on April 10th. Next slide, please. The first report focuses on the proposed legislative and regulatory changes and their associated ERO postings. And the second report, which follows this one on the agenda, relates to provincial policy changes through a draft provincial planning statement. The province has already introduced a range of measures to increase housing supply through legislative and policy changes over the last 3 years. Bill 185 proposes to amend 15 existing acts along with associated regulation and requests a very short commenting window for response. Next slide, please. So the focus of this presentation will be the Planning Act, Municipal Act, and Development Charges Act changes, which were summarized by Ms. Hall earlier. But I'll also acknowledge that other proposed amendments include supporting economic development by facilitating certain municipal incentives for economic growth by streamlining the process for granting exemptions to bonusing prohibitions. They're also proposing to provide predictability to businesses by implementing service standards for provincial permits and applications. So relating to changes to the building code, the legislation does propose a new 2024 Ontario Building Code that streamlines the focus on increasing housing supply and public safety with a greater consistency with the National Building Code. Next slide, please. There's a lot to cover in this proposed bill, so I'll only touch on the highlights in this presentation. The report does a thorough job of explaining them, despite the overwhelming amount of change proposed. Firstly, many of the benefits of the Community Housing and Infrastructure Accelerator, also known as the CHIA tool, have been incorporated in the Minister's zoning order framework with some revisions, except the ability to impose conditions. New lapsing provisions for subdivisions are already in place in Collingwood and in practice, and are recommended in the development process and fees review for site plans. Eliminating third-party appeals for official plans, zoning bylaws, and amendments to those documents could speed up approvals and reduce costs for new housing, but limiting public appeals does not foster an open and transparent approach to land use planning. Staff could support limited third-party appeals for new official plans and comprehensive zoning bylaws due to the extensive work and consultation involved from the community. However, for site-specific amendments to those documents, the preference would be to provide the Ontario Land Tribunal, the OLT, with more powers and resources to dismiss appeals without land use planning merit based on the municipal record rather than to limit the public's ability to appeal. Next slide, please. A positive change is the elimination of the fee refund provisions that have troubled municipalities from a financial perspective. A move away from the pre-consultation process, along with enhancing the applicant's appeal rights for a complete application, is a significant concern and is likely to have the opposite of the desired effect by slowing down processes with appeals of complete application requirements and/or a lack of municipal decision becoming a lot more common. With Planning Act approval timeframes ranging from 60 days to 120 days, the initial review of applications prior to submission of a formal application has been critical in meeting those timelines and having an efficient process at the municipal level. Next slide, please. Town staff generally support the Development Charge Act changes, which were outlined by Ms. Hall earlier. And very briefly, it's to eliminate the 5-year phase-in of DC rates, allowing us more recovery for the cost of infrastructure. reducing the DC freeze time limit, reinstating studies as being DC eligible, and enacting exemptions for affordable residential units to provide more incentive for that form of housing. The definition of affordable housing under the DC Act has returned to an income-based approach, which aligns well with the town's focus on affordability for moderate income households, and staff generally welcome incentives that would increase the supply of affordable units in Collingwood. Noting that it could result in fewer DC funds being collected, with any funding gaps for infrastructure potentially falling on the tax base. Next slide, please. Municipal Act changes enable municipalities to adopt policies setting out how water and wastewater servicing may be allocated and reallocated. So developments that are ready to proceed encounter fewer barriers or delays prior to construction, and capacity is not held without performance. These policies must be delegated to staff and are not subject to appeal. The town already has adopted a servicing capacity allocation policy, which represents a merit-based, transparent, and fair system of servicing capacity allocation. With the town's SCAP already in effect, the requirement for staff delegated decision authority would not apply to the town, but could be considered in the future if it's the desire of council for an expedited allocation approval process. Next slide, please. So some of the regulatory changes include modernizing consultation tools to acknowledge that there's a lack of print media, and allowing municipalities to use our websites to disseminate information. A proposed regulation making authority could help create additional residential units, which I'll call ARUs for short, by removing barriers, with the province seeking to better understand problematic zoning bylaw requirements or standards that have posed a challenge to development of ARUs across the province. So the town is currently reviewing ARU-related zoning provisions to facilitate gentle density in our community, and we'll be consulting on a quick wins zoning bylaw amendment in the near future. And this is my opportunity to reiterate the plug that Councillor Doherty raised earlier for a meeting that the town is hosting with the Affordable Housing Task Force beginning next Monday evening, May 13th, from 6 to 8 p.m. on the third floor of the library. So please come out and give us your feedback on that. So more information will become available when the province issues a regulation under this proposed authority. Next slide, please. So the magnitude of change coming from the province, with no less than 10 bills since 2021, including the reversals of previous legislative changes, makes it really challenging for municipalities to effect positive change. And to quote a prominent Ontario law firm, in a context where land use law and policy can move both forwards and backwards, it is difficult to actually plan for anything. So staff echo this call for much needed stability in the planning policy and legislative realm. The reality is that continued change has impacts on municipal resources and processes. And locally for us here, it's resulting in a further delay of our adopted official plan, which we will need to review for modifications to be endorsed by council before that document is brought back to the county for approval. It'll result in a bit of a delay in our zoning bylaw, comprehensive zoning bylaw update initiation. Our development process and fees review will be affected by these changes. And it also diverts resources from the review of and processing of development applications. So next slide. There is some further consultation also going to be undertaken by the province as part of the announcement of Bill 185. The province has committed to further consultation on the items listed on this slide. So I think we should expect more from the province as well. And finally, the last slide is just a recap, and we fully appreciate that there's a lot to digest here. We're still digesting it, to be quite honest, and we continue to try to understand the impacts and implications of the proposed legislation. And as noted, this presentation provides the highlights, and there's a lot of detail in the report. Last slide, please. The proposed amendments are generally positive for municipal planning operations, finance, and housing supply delivery. Many of the proposed changes are reversals and adjustments to previous decisions. So more meaningful engagement up front would save time and money. And we do recommend that this report be provided to the province before the end of the week as the town's comments on Bill 185. So that concludes this presentation. I do have one more on the next report, but I'll turn it back to you, Deputy Mayor, and I can happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Senior Planner Woodcosh, and thank you for the presentation. And as you say, it's a lot of information to take in, and unfortunately, you only have a short time frame to try to educate us with it, right? So I think what we will do is we'll ask if there's any questions in regards to this presentation. We're all keeping in mind the fact that there's more information coming in the next presentation as well, but we'll see about this particular one at this point in time. So I'll turn to the council members. Councillor Baines.
I have a sort of a generic comment about, and I think I read it in one of the reports, making the municipalities whole again, which is more of a policy statement. So I'm not sure I have an example to present, which may be helpful, but I'm not sure it's at this one or the next presentation. So I'll hold it off to the next presentation.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. It's something that I have noted down as well. But Councillor Doherty, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, I just want to comment on what an excellent report this was. It has provided council with such a tremendous amount of information with regard to this legislation and the rationale for the town's position. So I really do congratulate you. I'm wholly in support of the recommendations that are made. They are actually consistent with what AMO's position is on Bill 185. I had a note here that with regard to the MZO framework, that AMO was recommending that the framework be enshrined in the legislation. It wasn't clear to me that that's what you were recommending, but I see now with your summary page that you are recommending that. So kudos. Very supportive. Glad to see that we're going to be able to get, such a robust response back to the province in time. And I would also suggest that we copy AMO on this report as with the next one. Thank you.
Okay, and I will actually, I was remiss about asking for a mover and a seconder for this. So. Mover and seconder, Councillor Doherty and Councillor Potts, and ask if there's anyone else who would like to make comment. I read it and then I just moved to the senior planner. Okay, so I just have a brief comment, and it actually, as they noted to Councillor Baines, I had tagged the same thing about the keeping municipalities whole. So it is in this particular report, and it's something that we've continued to express to the province that they need to come up with exactly how they're going to do that. And there isn't any specifics to date yet, but I was pleased to see it's mentioned within the submission. So you go ahead if you'd like to.
Well, since you opened it, then let me address this at this point. There is a specific that I want to draw to the attention of members of council and staff, actually. in that in 2005, the group I headed was able to orchestrate a face-to-face meeting between, at the time, former Premier Bill Davis and the current treasurer at the time, Greg Sobara, under the McGuinty government. The purpose of the meeting was to lobby, if you will, the provincial government about the realty taxes that the then 34 land trusts were forced, well, had to pay for environmentally significant land that neither wanted nor required nor wished any municipal services whatsoever, but they were forced to pay realty taxes. Former Premier Davis was very persuasive in that Treasurer Sobara accepted the recommendation and implemented what's called the Conservation Lands Tax Incentive Program, which still exists today, which saw the land trusts exempted from paying realty taxes. Through this program, they would pay the province, because this was a provincial imperative, the preservation of environmentally significant land, the monies directly to the municipalities. Thus, no one's ox was gored, if you will. I put it to you that precedent is an appropriate precedent now in regard to the DC charges, that the municipalities are, if you will, on the hook for this money, and that if utilizing this precedent, that the province, because affordable housing is a provincial imperative, ought to be reformulating the Conservation Lands Tax Incentive Program, in my opinion, to make the municipalities whole again. They've done it before, they can do it again. So if you want any more details, I'd be pleased to provide it. Thank you.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, since I mentioned it, I do believe it's a case of where they need to be kept whole, the municipalities. And to me, the only solution is the government to pay those amounts that are exempt. And the reason, because we're supposed to be doing this as a growth pays for growth situation. And so that's my stand on it. But all we can do is continue to push it as you say, a policy item. I believe Councillor Doherty, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I did. So I just wanted to add, so anecdotally, that phrase, slogan, byword has been well utilized now by AMO to the province. It's been a constant message. So they definitely know what we mean when we say make municipalities whole. And I'll also, Minister Municipal Affairs and Housing Calandra did speak on Friday and actually used that phraseology. So, they get it, but make sure it's in there.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else wishing to speak on this particular one? Okay, so we have a motion on the table, moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Potts, I believe. And if there's no further discussion, I will call that to vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And we'll move into the second one, and I'll read it in. P 2024-12, proposed update to a new provincial planning statement, 2024. Environmental Registry of Ontario, and that's 019-8462. And the recommendation is that staff report P 2024-12, proposed update to a new provincial planning statement 2024 dated May 6, 2024 be received. And that council directs staff to submit staff report P 2024-12 as the Town of Collingwood's formal comment to the Government of Ontario by May the 10th, 2024, in response to the Environmental Registry of Ontario posting, which updates the proposed provincial planning statement. And can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Ring and Councillor Perry. And again, I will turn to Senior Planner Wukosh to present to us on this.
Thank you again. So this report refers now to planning policy through the proposed update to a new provincial planning statement, which replaces an old provincial policy statement. So next slide, please. Basically, this document is proposed to combine and replace the current provincial policy statement and the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So this consultation process has been ongoing since 2022. So this report builds on a response to initial consultation from that year, and again in 2023 with the first draft of a new combined document that Council may recall saw just about a year ago to the day almost. This report is structured in a table format as well for ease of reference and contains summaries of the town's PPS 2023 comments and how the updated document has responded to that, if at all, to the comments previously provided. Unfortunately, we've found that the comments provided by the town in previous years have largely not been taken into account. Next slide, please. So what is provincial policy really all about? The provincial government is proposing a single province-wide policy framework called the Provincial Planning Statement, which combines those two documents, as I mentioned. And this document is critically important as the cornerstone of the province's policy-based land use planning system. And all decisions made by council, Committee of Adjustment, and under staff delegation must be consistent with that document. So this will have a considerable impact on how the town manages growth in the long term. Next slide, please. In 2023, the town's official plan release was delayed in order to change draft 2 to be consistent with that previous draft of this document. The updated PPS 2024 impacts the town's now adopted plan as well, official plan as well, which will need to be modified to be consistent with a new document prior to approval by the County of Simcoe. So staff will be further assessing the magnitude of change required and are targeting a report back to council this summer with proposed official plan modifications for endorsement. There does remain some uncertainty about the final content after the consultation period, the timing of the issuance of this new document, and also when it would be in effect through transition regulations. So we'll continue to monitor its progress and report back to council with the broader policy implications on our adopted official plan. Through past and proposed legislative changes, the province has proposed to remove planning responsibilities from identified upper tier municipalities, including the County of Simcoe, by the end of 2024. We anticipate this would not affect the county's approval of the town's official plan, which is targeted for county approval as early as September of this year. Following removal of the county's upper tier planning responsibility, the province would be the approval authority for subsequent amendments to the town's official plan or further comprehensive reviews. Next slide, please. So before delving into the details, the policy changes proposed in the new PPS represent a fundamental shift for land use planning in Ontario that will alter how, where, and when municipalities grow. By revoking the growth plan, planning decisions must meet a lower standard of consistency with the PPS rather than conformity to a provincial plan, or such as the growth plan. And what that means is that municipalities are left with limited tools and ability to manage growth in the local context. The overall message to the province is that in general, the proposed PPS continues a housing supply first approach at the expense of other longstanding good planning principles and may have little impact on addressing the housing affordability and climate crises while simultaneously risking sound regional and community planning. Housing supply has become the province's singular focus, which has not been demonstrated to help with the real issue of affordability. The following 4 slides provide the highlights of town comments, which build on comments we provided last year. So next slide, please. On the housing supply and affordability front, the reinstatement of affordability-related definitions, which align with both the town's approach and the Development Charge Act income-based definitions, is supported. Although staff do recommend that municipalities be provided with more robust tools to encourage and preferably require affordability, such as a wider application of inclusionary zoning across the province. New policies for intensification would include redevelopment of underutilized shopping malls and plazas, which could result in long-term impacts on the town's efforts to retain commercially designated lands for long-term community uses and land needs, despite the changes to the retail market in recent years. Next slide, please. A more integrated policy approach for land use planning and infrastructure decisions and permissions to reallocate unused servicing capacity through local municipal policies is a positive step. And we do note that the town already has that servicing capacity allocation policy in place. However, in order to support complete communities, other key municipal focus areas such as commercial, institutional, and employment uses should be equally considered, along with housing supply, to allow municipalities more flexibility in allocation decisions. Next slide, please. With the County of Simcoe's planning authority expected to be removed by the end of this year, the town remains concerned with the loss of upper tier municipal coordination role in long-range planning, infrastructure, and other cross-jurisdictional matters, such as transportation, natural heritage systems, and archaeological potential, as some examples. And as mentioned earlier, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. I think I've jumped ahead, or maybe back. Can we go back a slide, please? There we go. Thank you. So in terms of the role of the upper tier government, I've covered that. And in terms of growth management and intensification, the new PPS softens the policy language from using shall or conform to wording to a should or be consistent with approach across a variety of policy sets, such as minimum growth targets for intensification and density targets in growth areas. So a stronger approach to growth management is preferred while providing municipalities the ability to modify growth forecasts as appropriate to our local context. So next slide, please. A narrower definition of employment areas continues the prohibition of service, commercial, and office uses that have traditionally been permitted if they were supportive of our employment areas. So existing uses would become legal non-conforming, and this raises questions about development that is in process seeking these type of uses. So this is a bit of a cause for concern for Collingwood's knowledge-based economy and space-intensive quasi-commercial businesses such as recreation-oriented uses that serve the community and employees in our employment areas. From an agricultural and rural development standpoint, the town has always interpreted that provincial agricultural and rural policies do not apply within settlement areas, and Collingwood is wholly a settlement area in the growth plan, or has traditionally been. So we continue to request confirmation of that interpretation. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the continued housing supply first approach may have little impact on addressing housing affordability. And with no less than 10 legislative changes in the last 3 years, stability is desperately needed, as I mentioned earlier, to allow municipalities to implement process change without continued upheaval. So we will be reporting back to council again with modifications to our official plan later this summer. And to conclude, we will also recommend that this report be provided in its entirety to the province as the town's comments. So thank you for the opportunity to summarize these complex matters that the province has recently provided for comment, and we're happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you for the presentation, again, for the detailed I'll reiterate what Councillor Doherty had said about the first section, which was extremely well done and extremely informative for us. So at this point in time, I'll turn to the council members to see if anyone has any specific questions or comments. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and through you to Senior Planner Wukosh. Yes, again, very good report. would, and I'm sure that it is disappointing generally that none of the feedback from the original response was incorporated. And, we are certainly not alone on that. Some of your, they're very, politically correct. Some of your pushback on the changes, especially with the language on intensification, just sort of softening that language in the proposed changes to the planning statement. But I would not be afraid to state even stronger, that this is just going the wrong way. I mean, just, some of these things are just so dumb, sorry, that, it just warrants just coming back and saying, what are you thinking? The other thing is would strongly agree with suggesting that these proposed bills that municipalities should be provided with 60 days as opposed to 30 days for comment. That is especially this one because it is so complex. And the other suggestion was, and I agree with you, the stance on redevelopment of commercial to residential, especially in the case of Collingwood. We're already in a situation right now with a little tight on employment lands. But I wonder if we could be even more specific and say, we could endorse this if it was a change to mixed use, but not to straight residential. Because certainly that's been the direction from our own new official plan, and it makes so much sense. And I think that just would be just a good compromise between what is there now and what they're proposing. So other than that, those are my comments, and I would also again suggest that AMO be copied on this.
Yep.
Senior Planner, do you want to comment on that at all, or just take it in?
Yeah, I think at this point we'll just take the comments and rather than amending the report in any way, I'd like to be more politically correct in our response to the province. Yeah. I do appreciate the sentiments from Councillor Doherty. Thank you.
I expect what Councillor Doherty has been talked about within the confines of the offices as you're trying to sort through and put the right language together. So is there anyone else wishing to speak? And that's looking good. And my only comment is I had noticed that there continues to be the position of the town that it is concerned with the removal from the upper tier municipal coordination as it applies to long-term planning and other cross-jurisdictional things. But we do note that it's still, there's been some indication from the province that they're willing to update their standards and the methodology, which is a positive addition according to the report. So that was my only comment from what I saw. If there isn't anyone else then that wishes to speak, we have a motion on the table and I will call the vote. All those in favor? Sorry.
If Councillor Doherty would like to make an amendment to the motion, he's free to do that.
Okay. I didn't think I think you were providing comment, right?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure whether you want to rewrite on this I guess we need to, considering the deadline. Yeah, okay, I will make an amendment, and that would be I just have to find the so it would be with regard to housing supply and commercial lands. So, and the comment that is in your table is that this could result in long-term impacts on the town's efforts to retain commercially designated lands for long-term community needs. And then recognizing that the bricks and mortar retail market has changed due to various factors. I don't want to wordsmith a planning report, but somewhere in there we could sort of suggest that a complete redesignation from commercial and residential may have long-term implications, negative implications for, complete community, but that the notion of redesignating to permit mixed use would have the effect of increasing density while not losing that important, commercial application or commercial designation, or I know you can say it way better than me. Is that?
Senior planner, do you have an idea of maybe some, I think obviously Councillor Dory is trying to explain it all out, and I thought you might say, give her head a shake, like you were, but in any event, do you think there's some words that would convey that you could place into that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'm just going into the details of the report. The appendix provides a lot more detailed context to the summary, which is in the executive summary of the report. So I do think that we're saying roughly the same thing in the details of the report that Councillor Doherty is referring to, that we really do want to maintain our commercial lands and not have them eroded by standalone residential uses. Yeah. That's essentially the message that we're conveying in the more detailed table that is an appendix to the report. So if I'm just wondering if I know that's the impression I got from what I was reading, is the concern about the low use commercial areas getting changed over and losing that, right? So Councillor Doherty, do you think the more detailed appendix is sufficient? I'll give you
you know what? I'm not a planner. I'm just, I don't want to put words in your mouth. If that, if.
Okay. If I may, if I may, Councillor Dory, I think the CAO's come up with some wording.
Through the chair, okay, so the wording proposed is that with respect to housing supply and commercial, lands, the wording be strengthened to suggest that a complete redesignation may have long-term negative implications for complete community, and the notion of redesignating to permit mixed use would have the effect of increasing density while not losing commercial designation.
Man, you're good. Yeah.
And Councillor Baines, you had your card up, but does that cover your item as well?
Thank you, it does.
Okay. So Councillor Doherty, you're okay with that?
Yes.
So
thank you.
that's a proposed amendment or coming from Councillor Doherty, and we would need a seconder. Councillor Jeffrey, any discussion of that amendment? All in favor? And that's unanimous. And so we have the original motion as amended on the table. No discussion. All in favor? And that's unanimous as well. We'll quickly move into the bylaw portion. And I'm going to read the recommendation that the following bylaws be enacted and passed this 6th day. Oh, thank you, Senior Planner Wakash. Thank you very much. Again, that the following bylaws be enacted and passed the 6th day of May 2024. Bylaw number 2024-2029 or 29, being a bylaw to set the tax rates and to levy taxes for the year 2024. And bylaw 2024-030, being a bylaw to provide for the levy and collection of sums required by the Pecuniary Business Improvement Area for the year 2024. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Potts and Councillor Baines. Any discussion of the bylaws? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that's carried. What I was hoping to do before we break is item 10.2 is the public announcement in regards to the CRCG recipients. And I think we should try to get that out of the way if that's okay with everybody. And that puts you back, but we'll do that as soon as we come back in. So I believe we're going to look to Acting Director Cubitt to present in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we have a presentation to accompany it. And I'll also note that Arts and Culture Coordinator Amanda Henry is here if we have questions specific that she can help with. So this is always an exciting time for us to return back to Council and give the results of the Community Recreation and Culture Grant Program. I'll just remind you of the PRC mandate. Oh, there we go. And the mandate sort of underpins the grant and what our support for community groups is intended to help achieve. So the PRC mandate is currently to support the health and well-being of the community by providing opportunities for all persons to participate in arts, culture, recreation, and sport. Sorry, we'll need to move ahead a couple now. There we go. Next slide, it speaks to eligibility. The applicants must be a Collingwood-based organization that is not for profit, charitable, or volunteer-based. And next slide talks about two different types of grants that we offer and that you are familiar with, financial and in-kind. And in 2024, we had $58,500 allotted for the financial grants, and we were aiming to allocate 19 at the $1,500 level and 6 at the $5,000 level. And then in terms of in-kind, we had $35,000 worth of in-kind value, and that's for waiving of PRC park and facility rental fees up to a maximum value of $5,000. Next slide, please. We can review the items that are eligible. These are supplies and equipment of a non-permanent nature, marketing, volunteer development and training, entertainment, rental of venues and equipment, food and refreshments that are non-alcoholic, and professional service fees. And then the ineligible items for the financial grants are a lot of the opposite: capital projects, bricks and mortar, salaries for staff, and day-to-day operational expenses. And next slide. So the applicant and the project for which they're applying must demonstrate alignment with at least one of these criteria, and they are born out of the current PRC master plan. And they are intergenerational programming, active aging, youth involvement. Next slide, please. Learn to programs, local and live music, cultural innovation, and collaboration. Next slide shows us the program results, the numbers. So again, there is the budgeted amounts. We received 14 applications valuing $70,000 in the financial $5,000 category, of which 8 could be successful. They scored high enough, valuing $40,000. And in the financial $1,500 category, we only received 12 applications valuing $18,000. They all were eligible, so they were all granted, and that is why you'll see that the amounts that we intended in each category were able to be shifted a little bit because we had extra in that $1,500 category. We were able to award more in the $5,000 category. So for a total 20 successful applicants in the financial category. And then in kind, we had 14 applications valuing $39,950 worth of requests. We were able to award to 12 applications valuing $34,987. Next slide, please. And here are your $1,500 financial grant recipients: the Blue Mountain Watershed Trust Foundation, Clean Earth, Green Earth, Collingwood Clippers Swim Team, the Collingwood Off-Road Cycling Club, Collingwood Paddle Club, Collingwood Skating Club, Gaslight Community Theatre, Georgian Triangle Music Teachers Association, the Living Wish Foundation, Theatre Georgian Bay, Viva Variety, and the Women's Probus Club of Pretty River. The next slide shows our $5,000 cash recipients. These are Altitude Volleyball, Breaking Down Barriers, the Collingwood Collective Racing, Collingwood Girls Hockey Association, Collingwood Music Festival, 5th Street Creative Initiatives, the Magic of Children in the Arts, and the Mobile Soup Kitchen. And then our slide here shows the in-kind grant recipients and then the dollar values of their requests at the end. The Ben Gorham Highlanders, Blue Mountain Foundation for the Arts, Collingwood Skating Club, Collingwood United Soccer Club, the Environment Network, 5th Street Creative Initiatives, Gaslight Theatre Association, Hospice Georgian Triangle, Living Better with Parkinson's, the Living Wish Foundation, Theatre Georgian Bay, and Viva Variety. Last slide, we just want to make sure that we thank the community volunteers who assisted with the grant evaluation process and the PRC staff who administer the program with such care. And we want to thank the organizations both on and off these lists that contribute to the health and well-being of our community by providing these opportunities for all persons to participate in arts, culture, recreation, and sport. And that's the end of the presentation. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all the information. I will ask if there's any council members who would like to speak, and Councillor Perry first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question on actually just one that I'm remembering. There were a couple, but Collingwood Collective Racing, what is that?
I think I will need Amanda Henry to remind me of that, if Amanda can come to the podium.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Now, just so I am not speaking out of turn, I'll give you exactly what their outline was for their grant application this year. Perfect. So they are Collingwood, as parameters of the grant, they are not-for-profit charitable organization. And the project that they put forth this year was basically centered around a competitive cycling team for youth. And it is a program that they had run in previous years with excellent attendance and participation. And so they wanted to put forth the same sort of competitive cycling opportunity, but sort of branch out a little more than they had in previous years. So again, not-for-profit cycling initiative in association with Summit Social House, so a local business as well. So a lot of collaboration within the community there also. But it was basically just to get youth involvement, which is a prime criteria of this grant, and get them out cycling. And sort of, they started off small and they just would like to expand as much as possible to be more inclusive.
Oh, great. Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Is anyone else wishing to make any comments on that? Okay, and it's not, doesn't require a motion, so we're okay that way. We'll break and we break for half an hour, right? So 10 after 5, then we'll return. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We come back from our recess and we're moving in on the council agenda to item 10.1, which is part of the department updates. And it will be CAO Skinner and it'll be State of the Corporation update. I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Chair and Deputy Mayor Fryer. For about 2 years or so, we've had regular quarterly updates when they were necessary in closed meetings for council on items that fulfill the criteria to be in a closed meeting under the Municipal Act. However, there are always items when we do that summary that don't fulfill those criteria, and continuing with what we hope is ever improving excellence in the administration of municipality, we're suggesting that we introduce an agenda item quarterly if needed, so we can proactively inform and council, and you can have better information for your oversight, policy and strategy leadership and those roles that are set out for council in the Municipal Act. So you will see, and it's actually later in this meeting, that we have our quarterly operational plan updates to council, and those typically are projects, and there's a little bit of that scoping in that presentation, but it doesn't cover everything that we do. The ongoing general updates, the ongoing general service delivery, and some of those broader corporate-wide things are sometimes missed in that summary. And we do think that over time, this agenda item can group a number of things together that might otherwise be smaller updates for council under the departmental updates. So here's the first set of these, and we of course welcome thoughts on the scope and content of this type of State of the Corporation update. My first topic is significant use of delegated authority, and we did, of course, later in 2023 update an internal policy for corporate vehicle use, which is now in place. And quite recently, I used my delegated authority to update our standby and call-in policy for non-union staff, and as well as our wellness days policy, which helps to clarify what people can use wellness days for and how many they have. Those rollouts are now being initiated. With respect to whistleblower activity, so that's anyone in the staff who may see something happening that they think is untoward, there's a whistleblower approach, and we do not have any requests under that policy. With respect to freedom of information requests, so that's requests generally from the public for information from the municipality that they didn't find that was otherwise freely available. In 2023, our annual summary stated that we had received and processed 13 requests for information under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The type of information that was requested ranged from property information, environmental records, demolition permits, procurement-related matters, and personal energy or insurance claims. No decisions were appealed, although we do have one outstanding still from 2021, and no privacy breaches were reported. So far in 2024, we've received 5 Freedom of Information requests, including infrastructure repairs, geotechnical studies, archived meeting minutes, and environmental records. We did note in the last update of the Joint Health and Safety Committee that we would incorporate their ongoing statistics in this update. No new statistics, it's early in the year, but I know that our lead is working with the committee on psychological health and safety initiatives, including training and workplace risk assessments, and a benchmark survey that would be released in May. With respect to personnel, there's ongoing posting of job vacancies. For example, we have 3 to be posted this week, and there are 4 postings active that close next week. Of note there, there's a community care worker, which is a contract part-time for the library, where the library has received funding until December 2024 from the county. and as well in the new information technology business systems analyst, which is a full-time new position approved during the budget. And it's one of the key positions noted in our IT master plan. So we're quite excited to get those two persons on board. There's 6 selection processes underway, and I was really pleased with the number of applicants for the Parks, Recreation and Culture Director, with somewhere in the 60 range. And we were actually really pleased as well with the number of applicants for the Community Transportation Coordinator. And that position had somewhere in the range of 40 persons apply, which is really, really good news. This is the 3rd time we've advertised that position, and we changed the position description slightly to make it a little more broad for people with less transit experience, but good community communication, project and contract management skills and the like. We also have a few others. So far, we've had 18 HR processes concluded this year, and about 60 employees already started or confirmed to start. Risk-wise, I plan to bring more information forward on corporate overall risks in the future, and that's something that you can watch for. And as well, we had noted that in the future, communications quarterly updates will be wrapped into this update, but as Council just received a comprehensive update from the manager, then we won't provide more information today. That's the extent of the State of the Corporation update for Q1 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll ask if there's any members of council would like to ask a question from the presentation. Not seeing any, so we'll move on then to item 11, which is the consent agenda. And I'll read in the recommendation. The council hear and receive the general consent agenda. And further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. First, 11.1 is the Thunder Snow Girls Hockey Thank You, which Councillor Potts has already provided some reference to in the community announcements. 11.2 is H. Kemp regarding request for reduction in severance parkland costs. 11.3, Jazz at the Station funding request. 11.4, County of Simcoe Emergency Preparedness Guide. 11.5, MPAC 2023 financial statements. And 11.6 is a proclamation for Fibromyalgia Awareness Day. 11.7 is proclamation of Falun Dafa Day. 11.8 is proclamation of Global Porphyria Awareness Day. 11.9 is proclamation of Community Living Month. 11.10 is proclamation of May as Museum Month. And I'd ask for a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Potts and Councillor Perry. Is there any items that anyone would like to pull? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. 11.3 and 11.4, please.
Okay. Any further? Okay, well, we'll vote on the motion and then we'll have those items looked at after that. So all in favor? And that's unanimous. And 11.3 then, Councillor Doherty, Jazz at the Park funding request.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As Council have read, this is a request from the organizer of Jazz in the Park, who he was unable to make our CRCG deadline for application for support by the town, cash and in kind, due to health concerns. But he is a long-standing recipient of this funding and in-kind support. And so I would like to request that I would like to provide notice of motion to request a staff report for what could be provided to this longstanding organization based on these particular circumstances. That is to say, it was a health issue that kept him from making the deadline.
So you're looking for staff input back?
Yes,
on
please.
it? Are you considering asking for waiving a motion to?
I think it would be, the event doesn't normally start until July, but I think for the purposes of this individual being able to plan for his support in month and a half, that I would ask to waive notice.
Okay. So we would need we need to vote on the waiving first. And that will take 2/3 support, and then see from there. So go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
May I ask a question, Deputy Mayor, just ahead of this, given the conversation we're having? We have a process in place right now, and I think to do a standalone request outside of what we're currently marking already right now as a council for our new process, I think if the notice of motion were to roll it into that process to be considered against the other dollars, that would be something fairer, and then also would require us, because there was at least one late that missed that I know of that was not included, that may also then maybe need to be added back in as well. So maybe Treasurer Quinlan can speak to that a bit, but that's in fairness, I don't think we should be considering standalones when we're in flight of a consideration for that $87,000.
I think the councillor's point is well taken, and what I'd suggest, Councillor Doherty, is I know it is 2 weeks, but that would give you an opportunity to bring your motion forward after some conversation with staff. But you go ahead. You were going to say something as well.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so I am not asking for approval of his request tonight. I am simply asking for a report back from staff as to how we might be able to handle this request in consideration of our procedures this year and the fact that there have been some changes to our procedures this year.
Could I suggest that you have some conversation with staff offline over the next week or so, and especially with Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Houston not in attendance tonight? Are you okay with that? That you could bring it forward in 2 weeks?
Certainly, I have already had conversations with staff, but I'm happy to have even more.
Okay.
Bring it back.
Thank you very much. Then you wanted to also speak to 11.4.
Yes, 11.4, just quickly wanted to congratulate the county for, as part of their emergency preparedness guide, that they were very clear as to the use of 911, because as you know, this is an issue. The number of 911 calls that our emergency dispatch services for the whole county are having to take, and what strain that is putting on our responders. So for them to explain when to use 911 and when it is not appropriate was good communication to the public and timely.
I know Mayor Hamlin had intended on specifically talking to the guide and suggesting that it's an excellent tool to get out to the public. And we've talked in the past about the use of 211, and it's growing and continues to grow, and it's helpful, I think, as well in taking away some of those just automatic 911s. Okay, so we can move on from that, and we'll go into county report, and have some short items. This is from our meeting on April the 30th, just that I thought that council would find interesting. But first, I was going to report about, I mentioned this earlier in community announcements. I attended on behalf of council at Sunset Manor last Friday. This event is one that I wanted to mention to council because it was held to celebrate the 2024 to 2027 accreditation certificate that Sunset Manor has achieved. And it's part of a volunteer program that establishes that a facility is operating well above minimum quality of care standards in their day-to-day operations. I emphasize council's appreciation to the staff and volunteers, recognizing it has been a very challenging 3 to 4 years for the facility. We're very pleased to see the high quality care that our valuable senior residents receive. And the staff wanted me to convey back to council their appreciation for our ongoing support. I also wanted to mention, since we're talking about staff at the manor, this is National Nursing Week, and this year's theme is appropriately Changing Lives, Shaping Tomorrow. And it is part of the Long-Term Care and Senior Staff Appreciation Month events. And I just, for information, Simcoe County currently employs 179 nurses and 375 public service workers. Persons. I wanted to talk as well about, I put some information on this particular part of the agenda. And I've reported to council earlier in term that there would be a comprehensive governance review by county council this term. So the one report is provided, and it contains detailed information so that council can peruse it at your convenience. And it's important that we are all up to date because of the possible approvals by lower tier municipalities that may be required during this process. So there's a reference within the document to a triple majority situation where the county approves and it has to come back down through to the local municipalities. So there was a little bit of general discussion about the report at the meeting before it was unanimously approved that the next steps that are outlined on page 6 of the report will proceed. There was also approval for a workshop to be held so that county councilors can discuss everything in specific detail. The other item that should be noted is the timeliness of the county staff outline in the report. A rough maximum target that they're putting out there for county council is December 2025. And I mentioned earlier about the reason for that is because they know that they have to give lower tier the opportunity to deal with things before the running into lame duck and such. So I think in addition, it's expected based on positions that have already been put forward to the Heritage Committee on governance review. And some of those are outlined in the Committee of the Whole report that we're going to be reviewing later. It talks about the Simcoe County using the weighted voting system sometimes when it's called for. Somebody wants a full vote. It's a weighted basis. So the other report that's here explains how the weighted basis works. Just again, it's information for council to have as we're starting into this process of governance review, because I don't want to have a situation where decisions have been made at the upper tier and this council isn't familiar with things. It just all gets dropped on at the same time. So I'm the one who put those couple extra reports that you had to read or peruse. But I do think they're a benefit to you in understanding where we're at. I'm not sure where everybody at the county level stands on the various things. From an option standpoint, the workshop will explain or identify some of that. And then I'll just, we'll be making sure that this continues to be updated to council on a regular basis as we move along. So on that particular one, was there any specific questions that anybody had about that information that had been provided, or just what I said in regards to it? Councillor Baines?
Not particularly on that, but I'd be interested in yours and the mayor's response about a 32-member county council. Do you personally find it to be efficient? Would a smaller size get things done in a more expeditious way?
The best I can say at this point in time is it's been in place for a long time, that it's 2 representatives from each of the municipalities. And now what's being introduced is the idea of the alternate, in order to make sure that generally 2 representatives are going to be there when there's votes going on. Certainly some of the comments, and as I said, those are going to be part of the later conversation, look at some fixes that need to happen, but I haven't got any preconceived notion. I want to gather the information together, understand, and try to examine it from the efficiency and effectiveness standpoint. I certainly haven't encountered any difficulty that I'm aware of at this stage with the number, but as we go through the workshop, the idea is that the options will be on the table, and we'll get some discussion going, and we'll get a feel. The previous council had decided, because of the interactions that they were having, that they were moving it to this council to decide. So it's yet to be determined, I guess, at this stage. Anything else on that then? No. I think. One last one was compost and mulch is available as of today at the all county waste sites, as long as it's there. And the fees are $5 per carload and $20 for a trailer. And that's all I had on the county. And now we'll move into motions. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Watts.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Sorry, I thought you were going to continue on when you asked for anything else. I'd like to ask a question on the County Links transit bus. Is this appropriate? So what I'm looking at the website here, and I'm hearing a lot right now, actually through the healthcare industry for staffing, but the Links covers like Benetang to Midland to Barrie, Wasaga to Barrie, Aurelia to Barrie, Collingwood to Wasaga, New Tech to Bradford, Midland to Aurelia, but there's no mention of Clearview, and I know there's a lot of staffing that utilize it from the Wasaga Beach into Collingwood, but is there any potential of even looking into the fact of I use Nottawa as an example, or into Stayner? I mean, they're part of the county. I just wondered how come they are excluded, because I do know that we do have quite a bit of workforce that does come into Collingwood that would rely on the county links. Because currently the only busing that's going out that way is the Transit Plus, which is not open to all riders. So if that's the appropriate time.
It is something I know that has been discussed. I believe at the mayor's forum, they talked about this on the transit side. Is there any information you could provide in that regard, CEO Skinner?
Through the chair, at the CIOs and Mayor's Forum, which happened quite recently, there was a discussion about the links transportation and connections to the Greater Toronto area in particular and the larger centres, but we hadn't talked about the Clearview item, but I'd be happy to pass it along to the staff at the county who've been looking into more detailed review of transit services. I know there was a recent report to County Council, but it wasn't detailed as far as at the route level.
There was some detail in regards to usage of current links, which that's what you're saying, there's not one there. So through the CAO, then we'll communicate with county staff and see if we can find out. I do know Clearview has inquired about it. I don't know what the general response directly to them has been, though. And I know that they have thought about, is there a way that they can work with us too? But
yeah, I would appreciate that, and if we could have a follow up with that in a fairly timely manner. with the work, obviously the employment pressures and especially the timing with transit. We have a lot of workforce that do come in from the Clearview and I think in Stayner in particular, and they're having a tough time getting here. And Wasaga has the links going through, and I just wondered if there was a backstory of why it didn't, because I would certainly like to pursue if there was opportunity. So thanks.
Go ahead, see Skinner.
Thank you through the chair. I did notice that our transit lead happens to be sitting in today, Manager Daniel Cole. I just didn't know if there was a comment from the more specialized folks in the room, if that's okay.
Would you be okay coming up to the podium, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Councillor Potts. I believe he is correct that today the only option is to transfer from Clearview into Wasaga and then grab the links in Wasaga for further departure.
So that's what it currently is available. What we'll need to see if we can find out is just if there's some backstory as to why it's never come to its own link, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And if that's something that can't be achieved, then I would be looking to pursue, allow it to get some sort of transit to those areas, whether it's through the county or if there's a links like the Blue Mountain links to Collingwood something. But the county just rang a bell when it came up that to see if there was any opportunity. Yep. So thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're okay on that, and we'll move into motions. The first motion is actually Mayor Hamlin's, and it comes from the previous meeting. Rather than necessarily let it wait, is anybody comfortable with proceeding on putting it on the table? Councillor Doherty and Councillor Baines would, I haven't read it yet, I should read it. That council requests the province include green energy standards in the new Ontario Building Code. And the seconder would be Councillor Baines. Okay. As I said, I think this was pretty straightforward from the meeting from what I watched and heard. So does anybody want to speak to it, or are you prepared to vote on? Looks good. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. And the next one is the review of traffic calming policy, speed reduction to, and it has to, Councillor Jeffrey will read out her motion, which has the amended wording you wanted, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right. So, whereas council strongly supports enhancing safety and has recently approved extended community safety zones and school zones throughout town, as well as the inclusion of pedestrian crossovers in annual budgets. And whereas 2023 applications from the public to reduce speed under the traffic calming policy did not result in additional areas for traffic calming implementation. And whereas the Master Mobility and Transportation Plan, fondly known as MMTP, and Speed Limit Review Study are in flight and include consideration of speed limit reductions and a town-wide safety screening with anticipated completion in fall of 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that staff include a review of the traffic calming policy in the MMTP, considering evaluation criteria adjustments that provide opportunity for more permanent infrastructure in areas where it is needed, and an updated review of automated speed enforcement, including implementation plan and costs. And that should speed limits or policy parameters be changed in the areas of previously submitted public traffic calming requests since the policy initiation in 2021, that all areas previously submitted should be reassessed by staff after the change and outcomes communicated to applicants. And that the annual number of application and citizen requests for traffic calming measures not be limited, nor should previous year unsuccessful applicants be restricted from reapplying a following year or any year within the new policy. And that staff are hereby directed to communicate and coordinate with all applicants and citizens of the neighborhood, and that effective as soon as possible, all traffic calming initiatives shall be clearly visible and described on the Town of Collingwood website. And the council asked the Collingwood OPP Detachment Board to continue to follow up on the statistics and implementation of the detachment priority of the enforcement of speed limits throughout town.
And the seconder on the motion, Councillor Ring. Discussion on the motion.
Deputy Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll speak first, just because there were some good questions asked today in terms of clarifying. And this motion is coming from a place of really believing that we had worked hard toward a process that would help our residents feel less vulnerable, but with the placement of traffic calming. But the current parameters as they exist don't allow for that, or clearly haven't so far for the people that have applied. And I feel it's becoming really a source of frustration, or just throwing up their hands that there's nothing they can do. So I'm coming from a place where I think we should revisit it. With respect to a traffic calming policy, it's been pointed out to me that there are more simplified traffic calming policies, perhaps not even directly tied to specific speeds of traffic, that might be recommended with a review going forward, or at least be able to be considered. And there are examples of how to do this from other municipalities. And we don't want to hinder a neighborhood from accessing some or any form of traffic calming. Particularly, we have turnover of people in neighborhoods. So, attitudes or observations may change. And I know that I can live with perhaps 1 year pause between applications, other than the people who've already been assessed since 2021, that would be revisited after the next change. I thought the current policy only deemed to work with the applicants. The CAO has clarified that she believes that the current policy does provide for a neighborhood inclusive process once it has been approved, but not prior to approval. And then I also received a question with respect to the initiatives that I expected that would be clearly invisible on the website. And to me, it's number one, what is available to residents as a means for traffic calming measures if they are approved under the Traffic Calming Act policy. And two, what the town has in place to assist with traffic calming currently outside or over and above that policy, if any. And I think that our Director Slama did a fairly succinct job in her letter to council on this motion earlier today of what would be included in those items. So I respectfully submit this, understanding that those flight changes, or the speed changes, are in flight. I've also heard additionally this week of a request for 30 kilometers within neighborhoods. We've heard of the blanket 40. We're going to spend a lot of money on a report that I think we need to listen to with the vision of all those requests, and how we can do a bigger picture realignment of speed control in our municipality. So that's my motion.
Anyone else wishing to speak? No story?
Me? Oh, yeah. No, thank you. So I'm not seeing the bigger picture here. I continue to see references to areas where speed reduction implementation or traffic calming may be provided, but there has been an intent in the community and endorsed by a couple of members of council for sure, myself being one, to consider a town-wide speed reduction of 40 kilometers an hour. And I'm not seeing any reference here to that as part of the Master Mobility and Transportation Plan.
Would you like to?
I think as through you to Councillor Doherty, as it was explained earlier today through Director Slama with respect to that request, that all of this is going to be encased within the MMTP, including the revisit to the traffic calming. And so I don't think it's not going to be considered. I think there's enough votes on here probably if we wanted to disregard the fact we're going to pay a lot of money for a study that we could do it today. But I think there's a bigger picture we need to consider. So I don't think it's anybody's intention that it's not being considered. And like I say, the blanket 40 contravenes those who want 30 kilometers just in neighborhoods. So I think to ask specifically, which we've already have, and Director Slama pointed out there are already motions that they have that include the 40-kilometer ask. So it's part of the considerations, which allowed me to move to traffic calming specifically in terms of the rewrite and what we need as parameters.
Right.
Follow up?
I think I would be even more likely to support this if there was some reference to the potential for townwide speed reductions, because traffic calming and speed reductions are not necessarily the same thing.
I believe Councillor Perry's earlier motion states that, doesn't it? Specific? No? Councillor Perry, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I did, but I'm looking through this updated motion, and it does in fact talk about speed limit review study. So I'm assuming that will be part of the whole master mobility and transportation plan, as well as I believe, I don't want to read too much into anything, but narrowing streets, things along all those things help reduce speed limits. But having said that, I do want to see that, but I know it's covered in there. It just doesn't specifically say 40 kilometers per hour. But I think we're all in agreement. We kind of would like to see that happen, but I'm willing to wait till we get this plan. If it's coming out in the fall, it's not too far down the road. And then we'll see what that says and have a look at it. And if we do feel we need to make any changes to it, we can go down that road. But I'm quite comfortable with the wording of the motion right now, because it just doesn't specifically say a speed. But it does say speed limit review.
About the review, because it could come back with something.
Well, it could come back as Councillor Jeffrey said, or somebody, I can't remember, but a neighborhood 30K speed limit, which is even better than what I asked for. And then say a street like Hume or whatever, for instance, would be 40. I'd be willing to look at that. But that's all I have for now.
I'm going to let Councillor Baines come in as well.
Thank you. I share Councillor Perry's concern. I would not want to prejudice the recommendations coming from our consultant on this, but I agree with a lot of the sentiments that Councillor Doherty stated, and I hope that I'm sure she won't forget them, but the appropriate time comes, I'm sure all of us will be wading in on this, because I don't want to let this one go either, but I don't want to prejudice the results of the study at this point by imposing, if you will, and that's what I think it would be. I'd let it run its course and then let council wade in on it, I think, in my opinion.
I'm going to go to Councillor Ring and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Doherty.
Kitty, Deputy Mayor. Just a comment that I'll support this tonight, but I was hoping to see, and it's not a blanket 40. It was on local roads, which is a big difference. It's not collectors or artillery roads. And we already have the school zones and the safety zones down to 30. So it's far from being blanket, but I will wait for the study to see. But I was hoping that at least the local roads we could put down to 40, but I'll wait now, and I'll go with this now and then, but keep an eye on what's going on with the study.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. So and I apologize if I was unclear, it's not the 40 kilometers an hour that I'm in love with. It's the townwide speed reduction, period. And whatever it comes back as the number, the right speed in the right is, that was my thinking, and that would be consistent with what our residents, in particular our Safe Streets Collingwood organization, are asking for, is a town-wide speed reduction. Okay. All right, I accept it as it is worded. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do want to stand corrected. I just threw Hume Street out there, but I do realize we also need to get traffic through town, and that's very important. But preferably not on residential streets. And then if we do have a town-wide residential limit, even if you're going through town, you'd need to, Second Street, for instance, you'd need to abide by the whatever we may come to as an agreement for a town-wide speed limit. But I do recognize that we need to get folks through town as well. Thank you.
Just in response to that. So there's one thing to get people through town. You don't necessarily have to get them through town fast.
I support the motion. I do believe that it encompasses what needs to be in place, in addition to what we're already undertaking, and it's very much on everybody's radar. No pun included on enforcement. Anyway, so unless anyone had anything further, I will call the matter to a vote. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And that will move us to the Committee of the Whole. And I will read in the motion that Council herein move into Committee of the Whole session and ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Potts and Councillor Doherty, and all those in favor. So we'll just take a couple minutes to make the switch over for Councillor Doherty to take chair.
The first item on our agenda tonight is the staff report CAO 2024-04 operational plan Q1 status. And I'll turn that over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Well, I always like to give you as much good news as possible. So we'll do a quick run through these ones about what's been happening so far this year. Next slide, please. So, of course, we're always working toward our community-based strategic plan vision. There's a copy of that up there, and we'll be working with council in the next little while in the community around revitalizing and updating that vision. Next slide, please. The operational plan doesn't include everything we do. When we put the stuff in here, we want to make sure it's either a council resolution, it has a significant mention in the budget, including all of our capital projects, it's something that's tracking to council for a decision, or it's a project that, as a rule of thumb, takes roughly 3 person weeks of time or more. Otherwise, we might have thousands of little things in here that would dilute the value of this report. But routine service delivery, plowing our streets every day, processing applications, or something that's in other databases such as building permits, we don't put in this piece. And what it really does is it helps us to make sure that council can provide the oversight that you need to provide to know that projects are happening, the resolutions that you voted on are in fact in progress and happening, and when they might happen. And the next slide is This is really about collaboration. It's a progressive and unique way to look at work. We don't use it to hit people over the head with what they haven't done. We use it to collaborate internally, to support each other so that we understand how much work is going through procurement or fleet or any of our central groups, and that we proactively talk about what is being delivered, what's coming up, what might need to be rolled over into a future year, and the like. So I just have 2 slides so far, reporting on the accomplishments January to March. Last time I updated you, we were confirming the end of last year and what council had set out with staff for this year. So far in the first 3 months, we have had our customer service standards policy training and rollout. Council had updated that policy at staff's recommendation later in 2023. We finally got all the inspections and certifications for our water treatment plant ultraviolet disinfection upgrades completed. We were able to extend the tender bid validity date for the water treatment plant. And then, of course, in Q2, have actually been able to award, council's been able to award. We've been on the cutting edge for pollinator master plans. We're one of not too many municipalities that now have one in place. The corporate accessibility policy has been updated, and if anybody's interested in accessibility, I particularly like the deck that was used in the presentation to council, because it lets everyone know that this is so much more than just a website. It's about how we do many, many things across our business for everybody, not just the fully able-bodied. You'll also may celebrate that there has been a vendor secured for a fireworks display for a Canada Day event this year. We've updated, actually not updated, we've set our first definition of anti-Semitism. And we've started to have some more conversations with our Jewish faith community and encouraging them to be more involved as well in proposing or hosting events and things that may happen within the community, even beyond what staff are able to do to celebrate the diversity and inclusion in our community. On the second of the 2 slides this quarter, we've finished our water annual compliance reports that are required by the Ministry of the Environment. We've recruited our quite a few folks, including the seasonal bylaw enforcement officers that are noted here. The annual ice rescue training happened with the fire department. I don't know if they found any ice, but I'm certain that they found some cold water. The community safety zone that council was just discussing some of the items related to community safety. So that community safety zone review was quite comprehensive and is complete. Staff completed a review of traffic signals that sets us up with a prioritized list to consider each year when we go forward into the budget and planning work. We renewed our legal services request for proposal and processes. When Legislative Services led that procurement, and they have renewed our sets of the various companies that provide us with legal specialty services in various areas. And we've also updated our processes, including periodic meetings with our key firm, so that we can better manage the work, the grouping of the work, the timelines, and making sure that we have a good understanding of what our legal service providers are doing. And of course, the Mayor's Levy and the Order of Collingwood Awards were the first events out the door this year. Ongoing, we'll continue to report to you quarterly, and as the year goes on, these lists probably will get a little longer. Our Q2 status report is in July, so the first full month after the end of, we give ourselves a month to do the reporting, and the Q3 would be in November, and that's this quarter's update. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we have no one in the gallery right now, and I understand that there's no one online at the moment. Clerk Holmes. So that being the case, I will read in the motion and turn it over to committee. The recommendation is that staff report CAO 2024-04 operational plan Q1 status be received for information. May I have a mover, Councillor Baines, and a seconder, Councillor Perry? Any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, then I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Moving on to item 14.2.2. C 2024-04, mechanisms and processes to establish an official town position. And I will turn that one over to Clerk Holmes.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I do have some brief speaking notes on it, as it's a pretty straightforward report. The province of Ontario has initiated a review of certain two-tier governance structures and has included Simcoe County's current system as part of that study group. The Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure and Cultural Policy have been tasked with a review and is conducting public hearing and input opportunities as part of this process. In February, Council requested staff to report back to Committee of the Whole on an appropriate mechanism or process or potential options to ensure that Council can consider determining a Town of Collingwood supported position to put forward regarding the provincial regional governance reviews that are underway. The governance review can have significant impacts for municipalities. This could include the uploading or downloading of services, boundary adjustments, political representation changes, etc. Establishing a town position can have inherent biases and conflicts, both politically and administratively. What is critical is maintaining a holistic view of what is in the best interest of the community and taxpayers, which could involve various trade-offs. The report identifies the importance of having an official position, ideal steps, challenges, as well as mechanisms and process for Council's consideration. The explored options include conducting a Council workshop, establishing a subcommittee of Council, having Council members choose a draft position, and this would be through example and notice of motion, requesting staff to propose a draft position, or delegating authority to an individual group to establish and approve a position. Staff recommend proceeding with a facilitated Council workshop because of the significance of the regional review, and it could provide an opportunity for the public to participate. At the time of preparing this report, the province has not scheduled the anticipated additional consultation opportunities in Simcoe County. However, in preparation of the next round of consultations, it is beneficial to commence this process immediately. An official municipal position is usually through a council-supported decision. This incorporates a series of steps from research and analysis, consultation and engagement, drafting a position, a council vote, communication of that position, and future monitoring. Communicating an unofficial position on behalf of a municipality or not having a position at all can present several challenges, such as confusion and uncertainty, lack of clarity, loss of trust, missed opportunities for advocacy, risk of misrepresentation, ineffective communication, and as well as inaction. As identified in the report, staff are recommending conducting a council workshop to establish an official position. This would include conducting a special council meeting for the purposes of holding a workshop to consider and develop a position. Members of the public could be invited to participate and provide input. The workshop could produce the official position, or it could be held to gather the information ideas that staff could take back and prepare a draft position report back to committee of the whole or council for council's final approval. Once a position is approved, the position would be communicated as appropriate. Developing a more comprehensive and specific approach would warrant a knowledgeable external party to assist in a facilitated environment. Due to the significant impact the regional review could impose on Collingwood in the region, a facilitator is being recommended. If supported by council, staff would proceed with identifying a knowledgeable facilitator, coordinating the special council meeting, and communicating with public about participation opportunities. And I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, Clerk Almus. And we still have no one in the gallery and no one online. So I will quickly read in the recommendation, and then I will look for comments and questions. The recommendation is that staff report C 2024-04 mechanisms and processes to establish an official town position be received, and that council direct staff to set up a special meeting of council for the purposes of conducting a workshop with a facilitator to develop an official position related to the provincial regional review for Simcoe County. Mover and seconder, Councillor Ring, Councillor Perry. And questions, I see Councillor Baines followed by the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to the clerk. Two questions, I suppose. How much is this budgeted to cost? And secondly, what is the deadline for having this homework assignment finished? Is it like Labor Day, or perhaps the Deputy Mayor knows the answer to this, but just interested to know that.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. I think through the chair that there's not a specific date right now that is scheduled. However, as we can see through the planning comments in the application for public input, it's only 30 days. We would like to make sure that we're on top of this and be able to comment as soon as practical. So if council supported, whichever mechanism council supported, we would recommend proceeding with setting up something as soon as possible. Right now, I think that we would have enough money within a sundry account, depending on what type of facilitator we're looking at, but would be within the threshold of a non-competitive process at this point.
Thank you. But to the first point about the timeline, like July 1st or sooner?
Comments?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to see the special meeting be conducted end of May, June at the latest, because depending on the outcome and the information that's presented at a workshop, if a workshop is the process, then obviously something would have to be put together in detail that council would have to approve ultimately.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I have a couple of things, but I wanted to talk about what happened in the case of Peel, where at the end of the year, the government actually reversed itself and decided that they weren't going to force Peel to break apart. And they specifically now have indicated to Peel that it'll only be in regards to water and wastewater and planning and regional roads that they're looking at delving out to the Mississauga and the Brampton and that. I had really anticipated that the Heritage Committee would have given us some indication about when the second stage of things were going to happen. I do know from communication with CAO Aiken that they've been in touch about using Simcoe County Chambers when they do it. But I guess there's been scheduling conflicts for the committee members in trying to get their schedules together. And the reason I'm bringing up about Peel is if they say the same thing to the other six, which we're one of, then there's no governance part to it. And so that's I really expected. We passed this in February on the heels of their first phase of things. And I fully expected that we would have known for certain what was going forward. I'm definitely in support. I appreciate the extensive report. We're going on the premise of what we've been told, which is that governance is part of this review. But I think really the expectation I had all along is that we'd see something from the Heritage Committee that come out and said it was specific to those infrastructure situations. And then we'd be starting to think about the idea of looking at municipal enterprises or those types of things as possible mechanisms for dealing with that from a cross jurisdictional standpoint. So when you're asking Clerk Thomas about timeline, since we don't even know for certain when they're going to want us presenting, as I said, the indication I had was at the end of the month. This is the 6th already. I expect you are talking about the 1st or 2nd week of June at the minimum, and that's why the clerks indicated the kind of timeline that we'd be on. But as I said, I'm supportive of the recommendations, and we'll have to continue to watch closely for what they bring forward, and then see if we need to make adjustment as we go, I guess. But those are my comments at this point in time on it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, I'm still confused. If we don't know the what for sure, and we don't know the when, how expediently can we really call a special meeting to do a workshop? And would it have to be turned around as soon as we knew the what and the when? Or is there generic training would happen in the absence of a specific what?
Clerk Thomas.
So right now, it's my understanding that they haven't been specific on what they're looking for. So it could be anything. So if we, gather as much information on a variety of, strong items that Collingwood feels are important to be investigated, then we would have them. If they decided to scope it and be a little bit more refined in what they're requesting, we can have that information in our back pocket, or we could provide it too. I don't know if the CAO has any other further comments on this one.
CAO?
I agree. Thank you, Chair, with what the clerk has said. And I think it's an interesting conversation on the future of Collingwood and how we see ourselves fitting within the county structure. There would be a bit of surmising of different scenarios that may happen, and that actually may be a healthy environment to have the conversation where we've not been directed to take one path or another, but to talk about what may be worthwhile or council's thoughts in certain scenarios that could happen.
Thank you, CAO. Any other comments or questions? I'll just comment that it is true that we don't know exactly what's going to come back to us, but I think we can we can see what's going on. As an example with Peel, I think we can, and what's been said so far about County of Simcoe. So I think we can anticipate some particular directions, but to go in with a well-rationalized position in advance is probably way better than trying to react with 30 days of warning. So I definitely agree with the clerk's recommendation here, and I thank you very much for such a thorough report. Oh, Councillor Jeffrey.
Sorry, just to respond to you, I wasn't suggesting that we shouldn't be establishing those positions. I was just questioning the timing and speed with which we should do it. And I'm hearing from staff that doesn't matter, that sooner is fine. So that's what I was looking for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, I'll call a vote. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So moving quickly along, item 14.2.3, the C 2024-05, the 2023 annual report on non-standard and emergency purchases. Manager Truman, take it away.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to yourself and the rest of council. I believe this slide presentation's already up, so we can start on the on slide 2. I always like to start this off with just some gentle reminders. I think it's helpful because I only do come before you every now and then to speak about these types of topics. So I always like to start with what is public procurement. Procurement means the acquisition by any means, including by purchase, rental, construction, lease, or conditional sale of goods or services. And I also like to kind of highlight some of the key goals and objectives for the town of Collingwood's procurements, and that's to obtain the best value for money and to encourage competitive procurement and ensure the principles of fairness, objectivity, transparency, and accountability are reflected in the town's procurement processes. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Reporting requirements. So in accordance with the procurement bylaw, which is number 2021-086, an informational report is required to be presented to council on an annual basis. The report is built around the following: A, circumstances and details of any emergency purchase with a procurement value equal or greater than $25,000. And circumstances and details of a non-standard procurement with a procurement value equal or greater to $25,000. Non-standard procurements. So the majority of purchases made by the town follow our standard procurement processes. Circumstances arise from time to time when approaching a project as a non-standard is the best use of the town's resources or is required by some of the particular items that may be present in a particular project. All non-standard purchases require the approval of the purchasing division, the department head in question, and the CAO. The circumstances under which non-standard purchases can occur are outlined in Schedule C of the town's procurement bylaw. Next slide, please. These are the allowable circumstances, and just to kind of highlight a few, just as examples that are the most commonly ones that we see around here in Collingwood. Sometimes if we're unsuccessful in soliciting any submissions or bids in a particular project, that's one avenue that we take to follow a non-standard. If there's only one particular supplier that can provide us with what is needed, that's another example. And then if there has been a change in a project or if additional scope's been added and it is more advantageous for us to continue working with a supplier as opposed to going out and re-procuring something and potentially spending more money to bring a new person up to speed on an existing project. Those are usually the three most common ones that I like to highlight. Next slide, please. So just some comparative figures. In 2023, we had 15 non-standard procurements. This was up from 13 from 2022. The value of all non-standard purchases in 2023 was $2,671,026. This was up from the 2022 numbers by 36%. I do want to point out that there is, that does look like a significant increase because it is, but a lot of that is around one particular non-standard purchase, which is for $1.4 million in the membrane water filtration cassette replacement, which happened in 2023 with approval. And again, that one purchase alone is about 54% of all non-standard purchases that we had in 2023. So I do feel it's important to highlight that one specifically. Next slide, please. And then beyond non-standards, we also do emergency procurements. As established in our bylaw, purchases can be made on an emergency basis where they are required as a result of an unforeseeable situation or event occurs that is potential threat to any of the following: A, public health and or safety, the maintenance of essential town services or to prevent the disruption of essential town services, the welfare of persons or public property, or the security of the town's interests, financial or non-financial, and time does not permit the use use of standard procurement processes. All emergency purchases must be reported to the purchasing division and the CAO as soon as possible under the possible under the circumstances as deemed appropriate. And then members of council are advised again as deemed required or in this format of the annual report. Next slide, please. So in 2023, we had a single emergency purchase that came through that we're reporting. Specifically, it is in the staff report. It was about a culvert that there was so much rain overnight that it actually pushed it up to the point where it could have caused additional damage to the trails around it. So it was essential that we had someone come out there and fix that one as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. I also do like to kind of have a bit of a closing statement here. So I just wanted to highlight the changes to public procurement can be influenced by a lot of things: federal bills, provincial bills, trade agreements, and court decisions. The purchasing division constantly monitors the impacts and changes to ensure that we are on top of the best practices and requirements to offer the best support to suppliers and staff. The purchasing division is dedicated to supporting accountability and transparency in our purchasing projects, while always achieving great value for taxpayer money. And that's the last slide. So are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Manager Truman. That's great. So there's still no one in the gallery and no one online. So I will read the recommendation in and turn it over to committee. The recommendation is that staff report C 2024-05, 2023 annual report of non-standard and emergency purchases be received for information. Can I have a mover, Deputy Mayor, and seconder, Councillor Jeffrey? Are there any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. And just a comment, actually. It has to do with, there's a reference within that the Greenland was awarded the second stage and it refers to the fact that they were deemed to be the best provider to move it forward. I just wanted to add that I believe it's also a case of where it allowed us to move it along as quickly as possible. And I've been a proponent from the outset of the term that I'd like to see that master plan information as soon as we can, because I do look at the fact that we're going through our user-based rate review right now with water and wastewater. And we heard earlier when the survey findings were talked about that if you're introducing new charges, certainly people are looking for them to be user-based wherever possible. So I've had it in mind for some time that we need to consider that in regards to stormwater. Not that it's a foregone conclusion, but I do think that stormwater is going to show us that we've got some significant investment to make over time, and we need to consider the options on how to move that forward. So I just wanted to highlight that I'm totally supportive of what happened with Greenland, and it was a case of best provider, but it was also a case of let's keep the process moving quickly. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, and next item is 14.2.4, the Q1 financial report. And we'll turn that over to Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Just a quick summary here. What you have in front of you is the staff report that lays out the expenditures for the town for the first quarter of 2024. As you can see within the report, we have both the operational and the capital expenditures. And overall, the town is moving in the right direction, although I will say that during the first quarter, expenditures tend to be a little bit lower than what we would expect to occur in the second and third quarters as the capital program moves quite aggressively forward in those months. We also have included some salary analysis as part of Appendix D. And I'm happy to report that we've got a favorable variance, just slightly there for right now, as we start to move towards hiring the vacant positions that are available. And you can see the notes within that appendix that lays out all the activity that's occurring right now. And that would be it for us. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. Okay, so nobody in the gallery, nobody online. I will read the recommendation in that staff report T 2024-11, 2024 Q1 financial report be received for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Ring, Councillor Potts. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we are on to item 14.3, which is deputations, and we have none. Reports and minutes of other committees and boards. We have just one. The Museum Advisory Committee from March 21st. The recommendation is that the minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained be approved. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Baines. Deputy Mayor, any questions or comments with regard to these minutes? Okay, I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Next, old or deferred business. Okay, other business. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with the insight of the CAO and the attendance of Manager Cole, I was wondering if we could have an update on line painting for the town, and in particular, the pilot project on St. Marie Street.
Very good. Manager Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to you, to Councillor Jeffrey. Just want to say that the Public Works staff have done a fantastic job this year transitioning from winter operations to our summer. And right now we are looking to have sweeping operations complete by the end of the week. Following that, we will commence line striping within 2 to 3 weeks, and the contractor is already aware. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up?
No, that's great. Awesome.
Any other business? Okay, well, I will take the time to quickly provide council now with a quick update as to the Winsome conference, because it's fresh in my mind and it's not even 6:30. The conference went over a day and a half. We heard from, as I mentioned earlier, from all three out of four leaders of the parties provincially, and for the Conservative Party, we heard from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Minister Calandra, and he was in particular very interested in underlining the what he indicated was a response by the province to concerns with Bill 23 and some of the other recent bills that have been passed, and the response to them, and we saw that earlier in our report. Just a couple of highlights that might be of interest. The LAS division of AMO, which is the Local Authority Services, are investigating the notion of creating a water utility, a provincial, or doesn't necessarily have to be provincial. It could be any region that is interested in establishing a utility. And they will be reporting back as to the whys and wherefores and whether it will be ultimately advantageous for municipalities to consider joining into a utility group as opposed to running their utilities on their own. One of the items that was of particular interest to me was the fact that under a utility local authority, it is possible to create an independent body from the municipality so that the debt that can be associated with water or wastewater treatment facility, which is significant, as we well know, can be separated from the town's debt limits, and in that way can facilitate an upgrade or a purchase that otherwise would exceed the municipality's debt limit. Another couple of items. There is LAS are also offering insurance, group insurance now for municipalities for cyber security insurance, because some insurance providers now are declining to underwrite the cybersecurity portion of municipal insurance policies right now. So this is a way that municipalities can affordably acquire cybersecurity insurance, which is very significant, as we've all heard of situations where municipalities have been subject to huge expense because of breach of security. We also had panelists discussing the Healthy Democracy program that has been initiated by AMO. We had a panel on the decline of traditional media and what is taking its place in our various municipalities, and how municipalities can ensure that they continue to get good coverage for the communications that they need to get out into the public. Now, of course, that's not a problem here. But it certainly, with some municipalities, they have lost their local newspaper and have not had any other media service take up the slack. So it is quite concerning. And finally, obviously, affordable housing and homelessness were mentioned frequently over the day and a half of the conference. And the last item of the conference was actually a panel on a homelessness solution that was introduced successfully into the city of Peterborough. They have built a temporary housing facility comprised of some 30 individual units for folks who have been unhoused, and the units have been placed where there had been a tent encampment. And so far, the results have been very good. There has been only 2 calls for police or emergency services in the 6 months or so that it has been up and running. They have been able to mitigate on privacy surrounding the area and impacts on the residents, actually, it's in a residential area, the impacts that it might have had in terms of noise or in other disturbances. So all to say, it has been a good solution for the city of Peterborough, and one that they are very proud of right now. And we ourselves were able to be represented on the panel with our and I was able to present some of the successes of our affordable housing task force. And Marilyn Struthers was able to present the work that the South Georgian Bay Institute have been doing in the area of social finance, and because that has become more and more the most likely way forward in terms of long-term financing for non-market housing solutions. And there was also a presentation by People for Places from Halliburton, who have successfully raised several $1 million, all from a community bond call program. So very, very interesting conference. What I like about this one is it really is very much of a boutique conference. You have some 150 to 175 participants. You're all in one room. There's no breakout sessions. There's lots of opportunity for discussions and learning from one another. So thank you very much for allowing me these couple of minutes. And I will move on then to notices of motion, and I have one that is published. I will read it in for consideration at our next meeting of council. So this is item 14.7.1, legislative amendments to improve municipal codes of conduct and enforcement. So whereas all Ontarians deserve and expect a safe and respectful workplace, and whereas municipal governments as the democratic institutions most directly engaged with Ontarians need respectful discourse, and whereas several incidents in recent years of disrespectful behavior and workplace harassment have occurred amongst members of municipal councils, and whereas these incidents seriously and negatively affect the people involved and lower public perceptions of local government, and whereas municipal codes of conduct are helpful tools to set expectations of council member behavior, and whereas municipal governments do not have the necessary tools to adequately enforce compliance with municipal codes of conduct, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood supports the call of the Association of the Municipalities of Ontario for the Government of Ontario to introduce legislation to strengthen municipal codes of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments. Also be it resolved that the legislation encompass the Association of Municipality of Ontario recommendation for updating municipal codes of conduct to account for workplace safety and harassment, create a flexible administrative penalty regime adapted to the local economic and financial circumstances of the municipalities across Ontario, increasing training of municipal integrity commissioners to enhance consistency of investigations and recommendations across the province, allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member if recommended through the report of a municipal integrity commissioner, and prohibit a member so removed from sitting for election in the term of removal and the subsequent term of office, and that a copy of this resolution be provided to the Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Matthew Ray, Parliamentary Assistant, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Honorable Charmaine Williams, the Associate Minister of Women's Social and Economic Opportunity, Martha Greenberg, Deputy Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing, Colin Best, President, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Scott Pierce, President, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and Karen Redmond, Chair of the Mayors and Regional Chairs of Ontario. And we'll bring that forward in 2 weeks. And also, I will provide notice. Oh, yeah. Give me a second here. I will provide notice for a staff to request a staff report to consider the request from the organizer of the Jazz Festival for late application for funding and or in-kind support. Councillor Jeffrey? Absolutely. Sorry, I would not have jumped ahead of you. You didn't get your card up there fast enough. That's okay. Oh. Treasurer Quinlan?
Sorry, if I may just comment on the request for the staff report for the Jazz. So what we have spoken to this particular applicant to about is that the fact is they missed the deadline for the intake. So rather than a staff report, I think what might be more appropriate is if we wait for the council grant decision to happen as part of that staff report will come very shortly as soon as the evaluations are complete. And what I had proposed to the gentleman that did apply, or the applicant that did apply, was that they would make a deputation to council at that time. And if there were funds remaining, that the funds could either be allocated from that, or it may be possible for council to decide to go over budget at that time. I think we would treat them very similarly to the way we've treated the wrestling evening, where it was a decision of council at that point. Not that I'm trying to shirk work. I just think that having a staff report isn't really the appropriate avenue in this particular case, just because it is a decision of council, and staff doesn't really have any additional information other than to say, you know, what amount of budget might be remaining at that time. So I think if members of council agreed, we could pause, wait for the council grants to be completed, and then the gentleman or the applicant, pardon me, could come forward and make the deputation at that point. At that point, we would have full information as to what value is remaining, unless the other part that we had could entertain is, as part of the sending out of that evaluation tool, what I had mentioned is it is possible to leave some of the funds available for a bit of these, or for some of these one-offs that have been coming up and will likely still come up throughout the year. It is a new year and a new policy and lots of information from that standpoint. So people aren't used to the deadline, so to speak. But happy to entertain those two. I'm just not sure what we would include in a staff report at this point until we get that information. So respectfully, of course.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. And so really that's the kind of information that I would have wanted to see in a staff report. So let's proceed in that manner, and that we'll be dealing with that the next meeting of council or the one following.
I believe it'll end up being, and I'm looking at the clerk, but the next meeting of council is May 22nd. So if we are lucky, we'll get it on that one. We have asked that members of council, and understanding that this is a new year and it's not a lot of time. So just that they are returned by May 15th, which doesn't give us a lot of turnaround time from an agenda standpoint. I know it sounds like a lot, but we do have to have it posted 5 days in advance. So we will do our darndest to get it on May 22nd. If not, it would be the one following that. And I think that's June 6th. I'm looking at clerk almost, right? Yes. So that would be the next available. I do believe the applicant in particular has already registered for a deputation in June. I could be wrong there, but I'll reach out with Deputy Clerk Dahl because we were discussing that with the applicant at that time.
Good. Okay. Looks like we're moving toward a solution. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a notice of motion with respect to the our Heritage Committee presentation that was made, and a request they've made several times. It's not the ideal wording. The notice will give you the intent, and I'm sure it'll come back much cleaner and much better once the CAO gets her input into it. But the notice is that staff advise council on terms and process within the town of Collingwood and/or town of Collingwood emergency plan that would empower the community emergency management I can't even read my writing now, coordinator, to include heritage specialists to review and make recommendations regarding heritage properties that are structurally damaged during an emergency.
Thank you.
Did that make sense? Okay. I can't read my writing. I've written it twice. I couldn't read my writing, and I've written it twice.
I think we got the gist of it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Any other notices of motion? Okay, then I will ask for a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Ring, Councillor Potts, all in favor? And Deputy Mayor,
thank you.
Let's take it from there.
We've moved on to the confirmatory bylaw. That bylaw number 2024-041 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held May 6, 2024, be enacted and passed the 6th day of May 2024. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Potts and Councillor Perry. All in favor? Adjournment, Councillor Jeffrey, all in favor? Thank you.
That's a wrap.